Yeah, thank you very much. Thank you very much. All may be seated. Executive Mayor, Executive Deputy Mayor, all members of Council, the Municipal Manager, all our directors present, all our staff, Ronel, our sign language interpreter, the members of the public in the gallery, and everybody is joining us online. Hearty welcome to the September Council meeting. This morning, we unfortunately do not have our pastor was scheduled to open the session, but I have requested Councillor Delamain just to open in an appropriate manner. Morning, Councillor Gous, and that is with prayer. Councillor Delamain, you may proceed. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If we can bow our heads, close our eyes. Dankie Vader dat ons vanoggend ons so baie aan U kan opdra. Dankie vir U seën oor elkeen, Here. Dankie dat ons vanoggend ons afhanklikheid van U af kan vra, Here. Here, ons kan nie sonder U nie. U is ons alfa en ons omega. Maar soos ek nou gesê het, o Vader, ons afhanklikheid is van U en niemand anders dan nie. Here, ek vra dat U elkeen sal wees met die burgemeester, die bestuur van die munisipaliteit, elke liewe kollega hier, ons inwoners. Here, ons vra U beskerming van ons mooi dorp en inwoners, Here, en ons dra vandag ons baie op aan U, Here. En ons bevestig weer ons afhanklikheid van U, Here. Dankie daarvoor, seën die speaker vanoggend, Here, met die raadsverrigtinge. Ons vra vir wysheid oral, Here. En dankie dat ons dit in U naam kan begin, Here. Ons dank en eer U. Amen.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain, for opening the council meeting with prayer. Indeed, also, it's a blessing to see that every councillor is well, and we do have a full house. I'm going to move immediately to the business of the day. Our attendance register is circulating. Kindly ensure that you please sign. Applications for leave of absence. Council Whip, you may proceed. Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, just Councillor Janse van Rensburg is absent with apology, and then also Councillor Comfer made apology now. He's taken ill and will forward the correct documents to Renel. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We then have Councillor Janse van Rensburg, who is absent, and we're noting that Councillor Comfer is ill and that he will submit all the relevant documents. That's all that we have on record. I now move to Roman 4 on the agenda, which is the disclosure of interest in terms of Schedule 1, Code of Conduct for Councillors in terms of the Local Government Municipal Systems Act. Is there any councillor who wishes to disclose any interest on any agenda point this morning? Councillor Delamain, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I may be excused at item 257-2, the proposed lease of portion of the remainder of Earth 2001 Mossel Bay to the Mossel Bay branch of the Stranded Marine Animal Rescue Team because of my involvement with the NPO. Thank you.
You're part of the structure. Thank you very much. That is then noted. Councillor Delamain is indicating that he will then excuse himself at that particular point. We had Roman 5, the disclosure of benefits in terms of Schedule 2, Section 5, Code of Conduct for Officials, Municipal Manager. Is there any official who needs to disclose to council interest on agenda points?
Speaker, we have nothing. from the official side. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. We then move to Roman 6 on our agenda, which is the confirmation and signing of previous council minutes, the minutes of the special council meeting that was held on Thursday, the 24th of August, 2023, with folio numbers 1301A to 1303. Can I please have a proposer and a seconder in that regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Delamain?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Is there any councillor who wishes to make any corrections from that minutes? None. Thank you very much. We then proceed to the minutes of the open council meeting held on Thursday, the 31st of August, 2023, with folio numbers 13038 to 1572. Can I have a proposer and a second in this regard, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, as a proposer, Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Do I have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Is there any councillor who wish to make any corrections from that minutes? I see no such indication. Thank you, councillors. We then move to Roman 7 on our agenda, which is cognizance of the executive mayors and deputy executive mayors resolution in terms of delegated authority as provided for in section 591A of the Act on Local Government and Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. In front of us, we have the items. Item FC53 to FC59. Items G47 to G52. Items CS65 to items CS74. Items PE91 to PE107. Items T40 to T47. Items CG43 to CG46. Items E236 to E238. And then UB49 to UB57. Can I please have a proposer and a seconder that we take cognizance in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second it.
Propose, you propose. Not a problem at all, I understand. Councillor Delamain is then proposing for cognizance on all the items. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Delamain, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do. Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Do any councillor wishes to raise anything on the items? I see the light of Councillor Buddha and then Councillor Porter in that order. Thank you. May I proceed?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I take you to the UB55. UB55. Delegated powers of the executive mayor. Madam Speaker, I want just a clarity. If you look to the writing of a recovery debt less than maybe 20,000, you only find that I see the small numbers there in the. If you read there, you're going to see Albert Lituli 84, Greenhaven 10, Greenhaven 10, Asla Park 79, Greenhaven 10. I want just to be clear about those numbers because I want just to
The figures.
be clear because on the GM photo, also in the delegated power of the MM is the same thing. So I want just to note this number so that I must not ask the same thing.
Thank you very much. Your question is on UB55. With reference to the figures, I will give an opportunity to the CFO to respond, but I'll first allow Councillor Porter to pose his question. May I proceed, Councillor Porter?
Thank you, Speaker. It's not a question. It's just a position of the Patriotic Alliance. Is anything that is related to delegated authority and or powers to the mayor of this council. We are not in support of that.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much,
Just
Councillor
to,
Porter.
just to add, previous councils and record as reference to that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We then note and record as such administration the position of the Patriotic Alliance on the executive delegations. Thank you, Councillor Porter. CFO, I will allow you kindly to please respond to
Thank
the
you,
question of
Speaker.
Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Speaker. With regards to the figures that you see now, we group it as the total debt of that specific residence or that account. Those are cases where someone approved or someone applied for indigent status, and once they receive indigent status, we take the account as a whole, not with the small amounts in the. You must look at the first column on that page. And with regards to the delegation of the mayor, he can approve up to 20,000 rand, which is why the total for those few accounts, those five or so were approved in the time period that we've now passed. And then the first thing we do is we put it on a list to be written off, either by the MM, that's if it's under 10,000, the account is under 10,000. Under 20,000, we bring it or to take it to the mayor, and he then has the delegation to approve that. And any amount above 20,000, we bring to council, because then the council gives the approval for us to then settle the debt of those that cannot afford to pay it back.
Thank you very much, CFO, Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In a simple English, we are saying these are the residents which are covered by the official on our areas.
That's correct. Okay. CFO, Councillor Buddha is thanking the team and saying they're doing a good job. Please convey the thanks. Councillors, if there's no other questions on Roman 7, I then proceed. Roman 8, which is cognizance of the municipal manager resolutions in terms of delegated authority as per council resolution E127 of November 2008, as provided for in section 591A of the Act on Local Government, the Municipal Systems Act 32 of 2000. The items before council is GM 40 to GM 44. Can I please have a proposer and a seconder for council to take cognizance?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. To propose the item.
Thank you, Councillor Delamain. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Delamain?
Yes, Madam Speaker, Councillor Leon van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Is there any questions from any councillor on Roman 8? None, thank you very much. We then move to Roman 9, which is the communication by the Executive Mayor Alderman Kotze and also the Speaker. I will now hand over to the Executive Mayor to then address Council. You may proceed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Good morning to everybody. I'm going to start with the Two Songs Service Center. And I first want to congratulate Manomzi Jiga with the Service Delivery Outreach Week that's been rolled out last week. It was again a great success, and more than 40 different service providers also attended. And then I also want to thank the Garden Route Casino Community Casino Trust for the transport that was arranged for residents from rural areas such as Herbersdale, Vleesbaai, Buysplaas, Jonkersberg, Toekoms. And yeah, more than 500 beneficiaries made use of the service. It is, however, unfortunate that despite the expenses of 104,000 rand that was spent on transport to bring residents on Friday for the services of the South African Revenue Service, who's been asked to be there to assist. Unfortunately, they didn't pitch. And I did discuss it yesterday with Manomzi Jiga and asked that we have a serious meeting with SARS. Yeah, so this is quite unfortunate. As far as I understand, all their personnel for the day booked off sick. So that's quite unfortunate. Obviously, our South African Revenue Service is not being able or willing to come and assist people who's in need of service and who cannot at any time get to their services. So that's quite unfortunate, but the rest of the week was a great success, and also congratulations to Director Nell and the whole department on that. Then yesterday I also met with Lumelo Ngeikia, who is a voluntary designer that graduated at Northlink College, who's also facilitating at the two song service centers with a sewing project. And at this stage, they're busy with a sewing project. They've got 50 students. And according to them, about half of these students are making remarkable progress. Then I can also mention that almost 300 new applications came in to go on with this project. So yeah, there's a great need for this, and I think it's a very successful project. So you're more than welcome to visit the Tusong Center, where you can actually see how they work and how these skills are being transferred. So congratulations also on that initiative. And then staying still with the Tusong Center, they've also got a Tusong Center Chess Week that's coming up between the 23rd October to 27 October. And the event will give around 450 children the opportunity to hone their chess skills. So yeah, we're also looking forward to that. And yeah, thank you very much for the work that's been done at the Tusong Service Center. And congratulations once again to Manomzi Jiga and her team on the great work that they are doing and for the way that they are delivering services to the needy. I think we can really congratulate her. Then just some feedback on the Mayoral Golf Day. It's one of the most successful fundraising projects for the Mayoral Fund. Normally, it's also the biggest fundraiser for the year. And this year, once again, it was a major success. And the winners of the ball drop competition was Mr. Dudley Woolrich. And he also kindly donated the prize money back to the Mayor's Fund. Then the longest day was lost, or we can say won, by business engineering. In fourth place was Mossel by the municipality team, who also assisted or joined in the day. Third, Standard Bank. Second, Absolute Security. And then first was Beautech Water. And during this year's Mayoral Golf Day, an excellent return of 602,175 Rand was collected from both financial and sponsored contributions, of which 326,125 Rand accrued to the Mayor's Fund. Then in terms of community safety, the Mossel Bay Municipality I obviously want to congratulate Councillor Leon van Dijk, who's been elected last week as the chairperson of IMPS. I was also with Councillor Leon attending that two-day workshop, let's say workshop, because that's what it was. So at the start of the term, we set out community safety as one of our priority areas in terms of our 5-pillar growth strategy. And under the leadership of Councillor Leon, exceptional milestones were achieved to combine modern technology and good law enforcement practices in a meaningful and substantiated manner at the municipal level through effective relations. And IMPS SA is a non-profit organization, to just give you a bit more background. And its main objectives are to establish municipal public safety within local government as a profession in its own. So IMPS is also, it's a South African organization. So there's national government representation throughout different departments. South African Police Services also on board, SALGA also on board, and so forth. And obviously then in the Western Cape, last week was the Western Cape workshop, where Councillor van Dijk was elected as the chairperson of the Western Cape. Obviously, again, South African Police Services were on board, and various other state departments, also national state departments were also at the meeting. Various traffic departments and their heads and so forth. And one of the discussions was the implementation of the new traffic regulations, what the demerit system R2, yes. So that was quite a hot debate, and I think for the community out there, it's also going to be still create a lot of concerns. But in terms of the municipal systems and so forth, various concerns were also raised, and so on. So that's been debated at this stage. But at the end of the day, it's decision that's been taken in Parliament. It's not a lot that we can do. It's been at the Constitutional Court to rule that the procedurally everything was done in order and it's fine, and so on. So at this stage, lots of the talk also went around implementation, how will it affect the finances of municipalities and so forth. So then the next item is during the annual Western Cape Cultural Affairs Performance Award. The Almeida Library was awarded as tops. They won the top position in the category Significant Contribution to the Development and Promotion of Reading and Listening. The head of Municipal Library Services, Mr. William Clayton, and staff members Lizette de Kok and Lelani van der Berg attended the prestigious event to receive the award from the Western Cape MEC for Culture and Sport, Minister Andrew Marais. And this library is also celebrating its 40th birthday this year. And yeah, so obviously it's quite a fitting award. And yeah, from my side, I can just maybe invite everybody here. I've also made a turn at the Herbert's Day Library the other day and regularly visit the libraries in town. And yeah, please go and visit the libraries. And I think it's something that we can be very proud of. So Director Nell, to you and your team, and also to Mr. William Clayton, also please convey our congratulations, and to the staff members running our libraries. Thank you for doing a great job. And obviously we know how important reading and education is for our youth. So thank you very much that we can proudly say as a municipality that we are trying to assist. We know that it's not one of our mandates, but in terms of assistance, having facilities available where children can go, I think we can really say that we are playing our part. So thank you very much for that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much for your communication to Council and the public this morning, Executive Mayor. It is well noted. There is no communications from the Speaker. I then move to written questions received.
Thank you, Speaker.
Councillor Baron, I note your hand.
Speaker, allow me from the side of the Freedom Front Plus to also say to Director Nell and her department, congratulations with the libraries. So Director Nell from Freedom Front Plus side, congratulations.
Thank you, Councillor Baron. We are then at Roman 10 of the agenda, which is written questions received. Municipal Manager, is there any questions from your side?
Speaker, yes, we received questions from Councillor House. I think we can hand over to Mayor to give the answers.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, thank you. Questions have been received from Councillor Gous. So a notice of questions was received on 20 September 2023 in terms of Rule 51 of the Rules of Order. Due to a miscalculation of the days as stated in the Rules of Order, the councillor was incorrectly informed that the due date for lodgement of a notice of questions was Wednesday, 21 September 2023. A correct calculation places Monday, 18th of September 2023 as the last day for lodgement of a notice of questions for the 28th of September 2023 council meeting. However, Speaker, it is requested that the late lodgement of the notice of questions be condoned by yourself with due consideration of Rule 5.4 of the Rules of Order.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. With due consideration of the reasons stated for the late lodgement of the notice of questions, I hereby rule in terms of Rule 54, Rule 5.4, that it be condoned and that the notice of questions then be dealt with accordingly. So you may proceed. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Speaker. Then 6 questions were asked by Councillor Gous. So question 1, I'll go through the questions one by one. I can just mention that basically all the answers were retrieved from council decisions. So it's 3 different council decisions. So question 1, does Colosseum owe the municipality any outstanding rental fees? The answer is yes. Question 2, if so, how much is outstanding and for how long? So the answer on that is in terms of Council Resolution E15406/2022 and E22809/2022, Council resolved to enter into a settle agreement with Colosseum in the relation of the arrear account amount of 6296,262.77 for the period 1 March 2020 to 1 March 2022. Resulting from the COVID-19 period and whereby they were afforded a period of 60 months within which to repay the arrears. As at September 2023, the arrear debt outstanding is only 325,325.67, excluding their monthly current account. It must be noted that Colosseum is currently adhering to the settlement agreement terms and paying their monthly account. Question 3, what is the total amount of bad debt written off by the municipality for the lockdown period? The answer to that is, please refer to Council Resolution E15609/2020, whereby Council resolved to write off arrears resulting from the COVID-19 pandemic, which total an amount of 902321.04 on rental and the accompanying 21,555.44 on interest. Question 4, are there any other amounts that have been written off since or prior to the lockdown, not related to the lockdown concessions? And the answer on that is all amounts written off was done in terms of the settlement agreement. Question 5, is the contract that the Mossel municipality has with the Colosseum being adhered to? In other words, are they meeting all the contractual obligations according to the contract, particularly with regards to the improvements and repairs to the municipal property? So the answer to that is various improvements have been made to the municipal property and which have been previously reported to council. In terms of the settlement agreement, the lease agreement was extended for a period of 24 months until 28 February 2049, and the capital projects program was extended for a period of 7 years to commence by no later than end of June 2027 for implementation of phase 3. I've also seen during the week that they're busy with some of the thatch roofs, so that obviously is part of the upgrades. Then question 6, if so, are they doing so within the timeline and timeframe as stipulated by the contract? The answer to that is please refer to our previous answer 5, as improvements were done and reported on until COVID-19 period, after which an addendum was entered into extending the program to 2027. Speaker, so that's the answers, and it must be noted also that Councillor Gous, as a member of the ACDP, was a member of council where all the relevant decisions were taken. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, for dealing with the questions. I note the light of Councillor Gous.
Thank you,
And
Speaker.
Councillor Gous, just 1 second. In terms of Rule 56 on questions, point 2, no supplementary questions may be asked except by the councillor asking the original question. And on the basis of that, I will allow you an opportunity to proceed in terms of the rules. Thank you, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Thank you also for the acceptance of the questions to both yourself and the Mayor. May I just, first of all, thank you, Mayor, for the reply. You are correct. The amounts that you gave did appear before council as resolutions that we took. However, some of the upgrades and possible nou soek ek die Engelse woord. Maar as daar dalk enige intussen gelde wat uitstaande geraak het, sou die raad nie daarvan geweet het nie. En dit is wat ek wou bevestig. Baie dankie.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous, and you then also covered by the responses of the Executive Mayor. That concludes the questions. I would like to take this opportunity to congratulate Councillor Buddha, who has celebrated his birthday on the 16th of September. Councillor Annie Janse van Rensburg in her absence on the 21st, you may be excused, the 25th of September, and then Director Corporate Services, Annette Potgieter, who celebrated her birthday on the 22nd. It was the same day as the Two Songs Centre 10th birthday, and I believe the MM had a lekker cupcake there from the director on that day. A warm happy birthday and well wishes to each one of you. May the new year ahead just grant you many blessings in abundance. Executive Mayor?
Yeah, Speaker, sorry, not sticking with the script sometimes is problematic. I don't like the script.
Nice to have.
But so I missed one vital person to thank, or persons, and that is Runel and her team who assisted with all the arrangements, the administration for the Male Golf Day. Thank you very much for and the team for the great work. The money goes to the needy, to people who really help it. Also, Willie, who's almost on a daily basis, we receive requests from children who needs to, and people who needs to go and attend sporting events, and who's got other social challenges who we help through the Male Fund. So thank you very much for all that work that's going into that. We really appreciate it. And I think we can say that on behalf of council, because I know a lot of councillors also refer people to our office for assistance. So thank you very much.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Yes, indeed, the team has done a sterling job. It's late nights when these type of events are being coordinated and planned, extra hours, and they do so with much enthusiasm because it's to the benefit of the greater community. So indeed, thanks to the whole team. Then councillors, this morning in front of us also sadly, the list of the residents who has passed on, and I would like to ask you to please join me for a moment of silence as we pay due respect to our residents. Thank you very much. You all may be seated. We now move to the agenda with the items of today. The first item on council agenda is on page 1573, and it is item E239, the correction of tariff for provision of bulk containers for special events for the 2023 and 2024 financial year. In front of us is the 3 recommendations for council to approve. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Good morning, Madam Speaker. I will propose. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Is there any question from any councillor on this item? Thank you very much. The item carries unanimously. We then on item E240, the writing of irrecoverable debts as of September 2023. In front of council is the recommendation for approval, also with the relevant totals. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Furness?
Madam Speaker, I'll second Councillor Kannemeyer.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kannemeyer. Is there any questions from any councillor on this item? I see the light of Councillor Buddha and then Councillor Gous in that order. Councillor Buddha, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, a concerned person. When you are listening to social media and your YouTube, you are listening what you are saying here in this room. You only find that other part is clear. When you are talking here, it's not clear, especially for the opposition. Did you notice that in the YouTube? It's not clear in our side. Secondly, Madam Speaker, in this thing of the indigent poorest of the poor, this item, Madam Speaker, I'd like just to propose again, since previously Elderman Boyson was raising this, I'm raising the amnesty for those people that are tempering the electricity outside. We're looking at Madam Speaker, it's not only the area where we're staying, even in Hunting Post whatsoever, they're stealing the electricity to the pools. So that is why we like the official to come out to just walk around between the people as we are saying, seeing here. We are doing a good job. We like, Madam Speaker, when you apply the amnesty, looking at each case on merit, Madam Speaker, so that the people really are starting a new thing, clean audit and everything when you are counting the municipality money. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha. Your input is well noted. Every request on merit, municipal manager, and then also the request of the technicality glitches on our recordings. If we can just please also attend to that. Thanks, Councillor Gous, may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. The ACDP abstains on the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. That is noted and also recorded as such. Any other councillor on this item? Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Speaker. Patriotic Alliance also abstain. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I note and we record as such the position of the Patriotic Alliance. We are then on item E241, the monthly reports with regard to supply chain management for July 2023. Can I please have a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Is there a seconder for Councillor Meyer?
Madam Speaker, I'll second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Any questions from any councillor on the report? Councillor Gous?
Thank you, Speaker. The report is for cognizance. However, I did raise a concern regarding some awards of contracts that had taken longer than 90 days. I did receive a reply from the CFO and Supply Chain Management saying that basically, sorry, I just want to read here quickly. There is sometimes interpretation issues where the committee might interpret something one way and an independent opinion might not agree with the interpretation. My apologies, Speaker, that's not the section I'm looking for. My apologies. I just would like to then note that the supply chain management has undertaken to try and ensure that all tenders are awarded before 90 days, because this does affect service delivery and it also impacts on the spending of our budget. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Your input is then noted. We then move to item E242, which is the Supply Chain Management Monthly Report for Deviations, approved for the period of July 2023. Is there any questions? Can I have a proposer first, please? Thank you. Proposer for approval?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Kutsia. Any questions from any councillor on the deviation report for July? No questions. Thank you very much. We then move to item E243, which is the proposed writing off of fees payable for firefighting services by the Rietvlei Realization Trust. Can I please have a proposer on this item, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will propose.
Thank you. Councillor Botha for proposing. Is there a seconder for Councillor Botha on this item?
Madam Speaker, I'll second. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Any question from any councillor on this item? I see the light of Councillor Liebenberg. You may proceed. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you, Speaker. As mentioned during the committee meeting earlier this month, it is advisable to establish to what extent the owners have taken up the fire precautions on the farm for the future so that a repetition of this request can be avoided. But I recall that Mr. Johnston of the Fire and the Rescue Department mentioned that he looked into it and that he's fine with it. So I just want to mention this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Liebenberg, raising the issue around precautionary measures. Just for clarity, you're not against the item, Councillor Liebenberg. You're just raising that for future references. Thank you very much. It's then noted. Any other councillor? I see the light of Councillor Gous. You may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I did submit questions regarding this item. I'm also not against us writing off the fees. My concern was more about the fact that there seemed to be a hole through which this account had slipped. And I think I might just have actually misunderstood the item. So I did ask, how did it happen that this account has not been billed since 2013? And the reply I got was the account was billed. But what I'm asking is, from what I picked up from the item when it appeared in the committee agenda, was that it seemed as if, because the item stated that they were not able to recover the monies because they could not bill the person. And so I'm just wondering, the normal service fees, if I can just get an answer on that, because I did read through the reply through you, Speaker, to the CFO. My apologies that I never understood the reply properly, but all his accounts, the service accounts, service fees, has he been billed for that over this entire period since 2013? Or has this account somehow slipped through the system that we have because of whatever reason? I can't understand why we weren't able to locate them, because the farm is where it is.
Thank you very much. Just in terms of protecting councillors when they speak, I request that councillors just remain silent and give an opportunity for the person on the floor to pose their question. Thank you. CFO, I will kindly give over to you to please respond to the question of Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. With regard, if I can recall correctly, on our response is these rest of his accounts is fine and up to date. That's not a problem. So with building did go out, he did pay those. Yes, the ring fencing or his disagreement was specific to the fire fees that was charged, and he kept his current account up to date with all other type of payments. So he would look at what was his current, pay his current, and then but that other one kept on climbing.
Very much, CFO. Councillor Gous is not against the item. Councillor Liebenberg is not against the item, merely raising their input. This thus carries unanimously. We then move to item E244, which is the establishment of a non-profit company by the Mossel Bay Conservancy Forum. I see the light of Councillor Botha. I would like to ask for a proposer and a seconder based on the recommendations before Council. You may proceed, Councillor Botha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I would like to propose this item, and then if we go to the recommendations, number 4, that in terms of the proposed MOI, 2 councillors be nominated and delegated by Council to serve on the board as a director. I would then, with my proposals, put forth the names of Councillor Anton de Lamaine and Councillor Nikki Leroux.
Thank you very much for your proposal, and then the 2 names being put forward in terms of point 4. Do we have a seconder for this proposal, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I will second the proposal.
Thank you very much, Councillor Meyer. Any questions from any councillor on this item? I see the lights of Councillor Mkontu, Councillor Buddha, and then Councillor Gous and Councillor Liebenberg in that order, please. Mkontu may proceed, thank you.
Molweni. Madam Speaker, this item, I believe, was part of the item that were voted on the meeting of the 29th June. And on that item was 944. I mean the page, and the item was 157. If I'm correct, so then this item, I will request to this council to refer back, because as the ANC, we did write a letter to MEC, and I believe this matter is still under investigation. So by bringing this item here, you are tempering the evidence. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkontu. Councillor Porter, your point of order. Can I just have the light, Councillor Porter? Thank you very much. Councillor Valley, can I have the light for Councillor? Thank you, Raadslid Baron. I say, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, Madam Speaker, point of order in terms of Rule 40, making disparaging remarks. No one is tampering with any evidence. If there is a process ongoing, they should clarify that, please. I don't know if your office has received anything. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. No, I'm not aware of any investigation on this matter, and I'm not sure if the MM is aware thereof. The MM is indicating none, but I'm noting Councillor Mkontu's proposal. I will come back in terms of a seconder, but I'm noting what Councillor Mkontu raised. And just to clarify, there's none on record in terms of an investigation from the MEC. We had Councillor Buddha, Councillor Gous, Councillor Liebenberg, and Councillor Baron in that order, and Councillor Porter. U moet net die liggies aansit, dan gaan hy nou vir my wys wat die klering wie volgende is. You might
Okay, Speaker, thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, we do read this item, Speaker. Then we've got a concern, because outside there we've got almost 28 informal settlements who were there. When we are speaking about the land and the conservers and so on, we raise our eyebrows. Speaker, we want just to take 10 minutes caucus in this regard. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. Your caucus request is noted. I'm just going to deal firstly with all the questions. Then I'll come back. It was Councillor Peaceful, Councillor Liebenberg.
Speaker, yeah, thank you. Actually, Councillor Mkontu, I just want to rephrase a bit, but we had more or less the same view of this. According to the Constitution of South Africa, Chapter 7, Section 160A, 8A and 8B, reads that members of a municipality, of a municipal council, are entitled to participate in its proceedings and those of the committees in a manner that A, allows the parties and interests reflected within the council to be fairly represented, and B, is consistent with democracy. And on the 29th of June, this was breached, and this item served in council in that meeting, and therefore the resolution referred to paragraph 2 in item E1576/2023 is unconstitutional according to the Freedom Front Plus.
Thank you very much, Councillor Liebenberg, for putting the position forward. Councillor Baron.
If I understand correctly, Chairperson, Speaker, did the ANC ask for a caucus?
They did, and I ruled that I will first take all the questions and then come back to the request.
Yeah, because I want to speak after the break. After the
As
cau-
Christo,
I want to speak after the caucus is
you
fine
want
with you.
after the caucus. Thank you very much. That's noted. Raadslid was eerlik nie aan nie. Okay. After the caucus. Councillor Porter.
After the caucus, thank you.
Thank you. The request of the ANC for a 10-minute caucus is granted. Council will then reconvene at 10:05. Thank you.
Wat gaat hier aan speaker?
Snyder. Snyder. Ik weet. Zeg maar.
Kyk hoe, waar is die agterste speakers? Dis daar, hè? Iets dit is iets nou afgesit hierso. Is die streaming afgesit? Kan die mense ons nou hoor? Mute. Right? Sit hom gou aan. En nou aan.
Die mics. Kan julle my nou hoor?
Thank you very much, councillors. Council will now reconvene. Just a request from our sign language interpreter that councillors please kindly speak into the mic to assist her as she is translating. Thank you. Councillor Buddha, you have requested a caucus. I will now give an opportunity for you to address council. Thank you very much.
Speaker, thank you very much. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, according to the ANC, this item was brought forward. It was E157 of June 2023.
That's correct.
Yeah. When it was forward, the councillor could propose some of the item to be through without a debate. Therefore, the ANC launched a case protocol-wise to MEC Bradel to the province, so that the MEC is supposed to communicate with this municipality. Now, that is why my colleague said there, you are just contradicting because this thing is, we launch a case. Thank you very much. Therefore, I'm not supporting this.
Thank you very much, Councillor Buddha, for that clarity. It is clearly understood, and then position of the ANC, which is against and indicating that there is a complaint submitted to the MEC based on the council meeting of 29 of June 2023. Thanks, Councillor Buddha. Councillor Baron and then Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Just want to check whether this mic is it working, because I can't hear other people speaking. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you.
All right.
They just did a test now, Councillor Baron, and all that they're asking is that we just speak into the mic.
Okay.
Thanks, Councillor Baron.
Thank you, Speaker. Firstly, I want to say my computer jammed now, but it's fine. I just want to take council just a little bit back. This point on the agenda wants us to appoint the municipal manager as a director on this what is the name? The Conservancy Forum. Am I correct? The municipal manager must be appointed as a director.
No, Councillor Baron, if I perhaps can assist, it is point 4 of the recommendations on 1587, which indicates that in terms of the proposed MOI, that 2 councillors be nominated and delegated by council to serve on the board as directors. And, sorry? And then number 3, it indicates that in terms of the proposed MOI, that the acting director then of community safety be nominated to serve on the board as director. So there's nothing about the it is indicating that the director of community safety and then two councillors.
Just then one question from my side, because this item will serve again when we come to the last item on the agenda. So I just want to ask, who's then the acting director community safety? According to me, it's Director Johnson, acting Director Johnson. Is it correct like that?
Thanks for your
item later on.
Yeah, thanks for your question. You are indeed correct, Councillor Baron, with reference to the last item. MM, can you please just confirm?
Speaker, no, I think the councillor referred to the item later on, which is clear.
That's correct.
Maybe to take that, Speaker, maybe I can't make proposal, but maybe councillor should just change that number 2, recommendation number 2, to read that a director community safety will serve on it, not acting director. If you look on page 1588.3 says that the acting director community safety be nominated. Make it a director community safety, not the acting one.
Yes, Speaker, thank you. When
Thank-
we are on the last point on the agenda, we will come back to this point because this two works hand in glove. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. However, we will have to attend to this item. And then just also the position of the Freedom Front then, because we will have to conclude on this item before we move to the next one then. Thanks for your input and the question by Councillor Baron. The proposer of this item is Councillor Botha, and Councillor Botha, I would want to request that you please note the input made by the municipal manager, because I will come back to you as the proposer. I'm first going to allow the councillors to pose their questions. Thanks, Councillor Botha.
Yeah, I just want to say the Freedom Front Plus are against this item.
Against, thank you very much, Councillor Baron. Councillor Gous and then Councillor Porter, thank you.
That's fine.
First, Councillor. Okay. First, Councillor Porter.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Speaker, if memory serves me well, and also with reference to what other councillors has alluded to, this is an item that I've served in council before.
That's correct.
Am I then correct to say that this item also is one of the long list of items which, in my view, the DA in this council unceremoniously, unconstitutionally,
Point of order granted. Councillor Botha. Net die liggie asseblief, Raadslid Botha. Baie dankie. Raadslid Botha.
Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 40, making disparaging and improper remarks, the councillor is entitled to his view, but the DA's position is that we did act constitutionally. Any councillor during that meeting could have raised their lights and said, on this item, I wish to say this. On the next item, I wish to say this, and so forth. And if they're 5 minutes up, they could have asked the speaker for more time, and I don't think the speaker would have prohibited that. So in that case, each councillor was afforded the opportunity to give their inputs. If they did not make use of that opportunity properly, that's on them, not on the DA. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Noted, Councillor Botha. Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Madam Speaker.
Councillor Porter, you may proceed, please. Councillor
Point of order, Madam Speaker.
Okay, point of order. I'll allow you. And which point are you raising?
I'm raising the point of order to the point of order that was raised. That in this council, we were all here in this council. Then the chief whip of the DA must not mislead this council.
Thank you.
Madam Speaker, point of order.
Thank you, Councillor Kontu. There's no point of order in terms of raising a point of order on the point of order that was raised, but I'm allowing you out of courtesy. Thank you for that input. It is noted. Councillor Botha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The councillor raised a point of order, did not state in terms of which rule he was raising the point of order. Secondly, again, in terms of Rule 40, disparaging marks are being made against the DA. Madam Speaker, I would at this stage just ask that everyone please use their rules of order. Everyone was given 2 copies throughout the term of this council. If they can just refer to that in future. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Whip. Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Speaker, if I may, on a point of order, Rule 40.
Rule 40, thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, if I could ask you to please clarify for council that disparaging, incriminating or improper suggestions does not include any speech that the whip doesn't like. as opposition councillors, we may raise objections and we may name the DA as the governing party. To say that we're disparaging the DA or making disparaging remarks because we mention them by name is not a very fair interpretation of the rules. And I'd ask you to please clarify that for us, Speaker. Thank you. Because that rule is currently being used by the chief whip of the DA, who is actually the whip of council and meant to protect all of us, is currently being used to suppress the voice of opposition voices in the council. Thank you.
Point of personal explanation.
Thank you very much. You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, in terms of Rule 59.1.3, point of personal explanation, all opposition councillors are welcome to have their opinions which differ from the DA. That's the point of democracy. However, when you come with an allegation that someone is acting unconstitutionally, that is a disparaging remark because that is an allegation of unlawfulness that has not yet been proven in a court of law. So that is a disparaging remark in my view. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. In my opinion, it is criticizing someone in a way that shows that you do not respect or value them. Councillor Gous, that's my response to your question. And then again, in terms of Rule 40, councillors should just be mindful thereof that we shouldn't become personal and attack individuals, and therefore I request that we all adhere to the rules of order. Thank you very much. I will now allow for Councillor Porter to please proceed.
Speaker, my apologies, but also on a point of personal explanation. If I can then, thank you first of all, Speaker, for clarifying that the disparaging remarks mean it is directed to an individual and not to an item and not to a political party's behavior. And it's a matter then of semantics about whether you're saying it's an allegation of something being unconstitutional, or you are complaining that you felt that the matter was handled in a manner that was unconstitutional, and that is not a matter for debate. That is an opinion. And you cannot say to someone they cannot have an opinion. We also are protected with freedom of speech, and we are also protected in this council chamber with the privilege of immunity. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. It's noted. Councillor Porter, you may now proceed.
I like it when we can debate in this level. But before I get to my point, Speaker, through you to the whip. You know, I've noticed this biasness in this council. And he can put his light on again when I said, when I'm saying that there was unconstitutionality. When you use your mic and your whip to deal with councillors who are expressing their views,
Councillor Porter.
we can call point of orders the whole day.
Thank you very much.
I'm going to use every second of my 5 minutes.
Thank you.
You've started this thing now.
Thank you.
The DA. And you must remember you are the whip of the council.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Thanks for clarifying, because I just wanted to know if you were addressing me and saying that you starting it. But thanks for clarifying it. Councillor Kutsia, I tried to attend to the point of order which was correctly called, Councillor Porter. Councillor Kutsia, you may proceed.
I raise on point 47(1)A that a councillor may only speak once on the matter before council. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I kindly request you to please withdraw and not attack any councillor individually. I have just explained in terms of Rule 41.1 the reason of disparaging, and you were just now in contradiction of that. Can you please just withdraw? Can I have the light for Councillor Porter, please? Thank you, Councillor Porter.
I withdraw. I thought that he just returned from somewhere.
Baie dankie, Raadslid.
And maybe
Dankie,
I think
Raadslid
that thing was
Porter.
patting. Speaker, through you to the whip. In this council, a very senior councillor made a remark that was absolutely and totally ill-founded. To say she was sweared on and insulted by a councillor. And this and the council whip didn't raise a point of order to protect whomever that statement was addressed or posed to.
Madam Speaker, as the whip of council and both of the DA, obviously when someone accuses the DA of illegality, I will raise a point of order on that. I will similarly protect all councillors, seeing as many of them do not have the rules of order with them. I will provide my copy. They can make copies if they so wish from mine. But Madam Speaker, on the point raised last by the previous speaker, we are now at a certain item, and therefore in terms of Rule 46, I have to ask about relevance. How is this relevant to the item at hand? I think we are veering off topic. Can we please return to the agenda before council? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you for my 5 minutes is starting now. Speaker, back to the item that has been in council before, it is a Patriotic Alliance's view that the matter was dealt with and in the way it was dealt with was unconstitutional. Hence, the ANC has, according to them, laid a charge at the MEC Anton Bradel to pay attention to this thing and rectify whatever needs to be rectified. It is, in my view, unconstitutional whether it can be called out of order and a red light been on to put, but it is my view as the Patriotic Alliance councillor sitting here to say how Councillor Lodewe Kutsie has proposed this after a short caucus and put all the items as a proposer, and it was seconded without giving councillors who were democratically elected under the Constitution and the rules of the IEC in this country. Each and every one inaugurated, not to be allowed to speak, to comment, and or do anything on such an item that is unconstitutional. It can be fraudulent also, and the mic can go on.
Point of order granted, Council Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Patriotic Alliance is entirely entitled to their view and how they're expressing it. I'm not contesting that. However, stating that they had no opportunity to give inputs on the items is factually incorrect and misleading the public who are listening in. No councillor was barred from giving their inputs on those items in the council meeting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Council Whip. It's noted. Councillor Porter, if you can please conclude on your position with reference to item E244.
I want to recall Councillor David Kamfer of ICOSA to say dis apartheid manier van dinge doen. And the whole item and how it was addressed was a whole commotion.
Point of order granted to Councillor Porter. You may proceed, Councillor Porter.
Madam Speaker, no, in terms of Rule 40, that's a disparaging remark saying this is an apartheid style procedure. Madam Speaker, we are veering far off topic now and the accusations are becoming serious. I would ask that councillor to please, through you, Madam Speaker, to please withdraw that particular statement, particularly given his own racial remarks toward councillors of the DA. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Council Whip. I then request Councillor Porter to just withdraw his comment made in terms of apartheid style. And then lastly, my request to conclude on your position on the item in front of us. Baie dankie,
I think we should extend this thing of praying and reading from the Bible if we can't be in council. This is where we debate, and this is where I will exercise my constitutional right and my freedom of speech.
This is also
If I am saying it is an apartheid style, then there's a clear definition on that, and let us debate that.
point of order granted. Councillor Kutsia.
One, 4111.
Thank you. Thanks, Councillor Kutsia. Councillor Porter, my request to please withdraw that comment and then to just conclude on your position on item E244 as my last request. Thank you.
Speaker, I'm worried about your partiality in this one. You see the whip that happens to be, much as you are a DA councillor and he's also a DA councillor, you allow him, when he make reference to me, of racial remark on something that's got nothing to do with what I'm saying this morning, and also irrelevant in terms of the item. What is the DA strategy here? Is it to provoke? And to achieve what?
Thank
you see, Humpty Dumpty, you can laugh as much as you can.
Councillor Porter, please switch off your light. That is now totally out of line. Please switch off your light. Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
I'll give it to you as you want it.
Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Councillor Whip. I've ruled that Councillor Porter switch off his light and that Councillor Gous have an opportunity to speak to the item before I will go over to voting. Thanks, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I've heard what the other councillors have said regarding this item specifically and the manner in which it was passed in the June council meeting. I am also of the opinion, Speaker, that opposition councillors were not given a fair opportunity to engage on the matter regarding the manner in which it was brought. The contestation of the whip that opposition party councillors had the right to then state that they wanted to speak on the specific items, that was never granted. That opportunity was not granted. Despite all of that, Speaker, I would like to register my opposition to this item because of two reasons. The first reason is that we are continually expanding the financial obligations of this municipality. And we've just come through a very tough time with our residents where they have been marching against fees that have been imposed on them by this council because of the fact that they cannot afford it. And now we are again undertaking financial obligations that at the end of the day has to come out of their purse. They are already stretched. That's my first concern. The second concern is a political one, Speaker, and that is that it seems to be that once again, through the controlling of this conservancy, because it will be 2 DA councillors, yes, there will be a director of the municipality, but those 3 directors will initially appoint the other 4 directors to this conservancy forum's NPO. And that makes it a very partial appointment because normally directors would be nominated and elected. So for that reason, the ACDP is also opposed to this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. I am now going to bring this item to vote. I first just would like to draw council's attention to the conduct of councillors in terms of Rule 40. And I want to, on record, put my dismay for the way that individual councillors are behaving towards fellow councillors. Councillor Gous has asked me to explain as the speaker to this council the meaning of the word in Rule 40.1.1.1, specifically disparaging. Now, the rule says that unnecessary, tactless, incriminating, disparaging, or improper suggestions or expressions of such opinions. Councillor Porter, you referred to a fellow councillor as Humpty Dumpty. Disparaging means criticizing someone in a way that shows that you do not respect or value them. I just want to caution councillors against this particular rule. I will not allow it to continue. It must stop. It must totally stop. We cannot behave in this council chambers in such a manner where we are tactless, incriminating and disparaging against fellow councillors. Dis nie reg nie. Ek wil asseblief vir elke raadslid vra dat u asseblief by die reëls hou. Councillor Porter, therefore I request you to withdraw your comment made to Councillor Van Dyk on the basis of Rule 40.1.1, please. Thank you.
Speaker, if councillors will be prohibited to laugh when others are respectfully on the floor, I will really appreciate it. If someone in a senior position in this council, like the chief, refers to some racist thing that has got nothing to do with an item that is very provocative, I want speaker also to deal with it in that way. You know, the way DA is doing things here is also not fair. All right? I withdraw my fellow councillor from the DA with a nice blue suit when I refer to you as Humpty Dumpty.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I now request,
Madam Speaker.
Yes, Councillor Porter.
Madam Speaker, I will withdraw the comment regarding Councillor Porter's statements in a previous meeting of a council committee. If he would withdraw the apartheid remark. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. I dealt with one matter, and I'm now going to conclude on this item to bring it to vote. Councillor Buddha, last input.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I understand what you are saying, so that we can just handle this room in a good manner. Madam Speaker, but we want you to look at this issue. Previous, I think, 2 months ago, anyone who just eluded the word in a wrong manner, like one day we are listening here, sitting here, and then we heard the mayor say, "Oh, opposition always they make a noise here. You must not be biased, and then tell everybody so that we are going to listen at you. If everybody who just said a vulgar language whatsoever, then you stop it. Not only the opposition." Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks, Councillor Buddha. Your input is well noted. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Also on point 40, I would like to also just draw the attention of Council Speaker that, as you have correctly said, that disparaging remarks should not be tolerated. I believe that each person in the chamber is deserving of respect, specifically for the fact that they're sitting here as councillors, but also, Speaker, that as Councillor Buddha has said, and as Councillor Porter has also stated, that disparaging behaviour is not necessarily only words, but it can also be behaviour, in the sense of laughing at an opposition councillor, and as Councillor Buddha has alluded to previous remarks made by our mayor. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. I stand by my ruling in terms of my request on record to everybody, which includes myself as of today. Thank you very much. I then would like to put this item to vote. The ANC has indicated that they are against. Can I please, through the show of hands, just have an indication of councillors who are against the item? I have recorded that the ANC and the Freedom Front, and then also the ICDP, and Councillor Porter, the Patriotic Alliance, against. Okay, thank you very much. So everybody, by the show of hands, can you please indicate if you are against the item in terms of the recommendation in front of councillors? Thank you very much. Just allow me to count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. We then have 9 councillors again. Askies toch, Emma? Okay, thank you very much. Thanks for drawing my attention to that. The proposer, there was input made by the municipal manager in terms of the recommendation, which referred to acting director, to remove the word acting. Can I please have your position on your initial proposal before I put it to vote?
Madam Speaker, point 3 of the recommendations is then amended to remove the word acting. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The second, Councillor Meyer, are you comfortable with that amendment?
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much. Then to vote, all in favor by the show of hands of the proposal with the amendment made by Councillor Botha, seconded by Councillor Meyer. By the show of hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 17, 18. 18 in favor. Thank you very much.
Speaker.
The vote outcome then on this item is 9 against and 18 in favor. That concludes the item. Raadslid Gous, ek sien die liggie.
Baie dankie, Speaker. Ek wil net vra dat my redes waarom ek teen dit is, dat dit genotuleer word. Baie dankie.
Not a problem at all. Administration will then note and record as such the reasons given, and also that of the Patriotic Alliance, the ANC, and the Freedom Front. We then move. Is there no interpreter? Thanks, Councillor Machesini. Just 1 second, we can't hear. For Tertia, kan julle gou daarvoor ons seker maak? Council, just break then for 30 seconds for Tertia to quickly check. Councillor Botha.
Yes, no, thank you, Madam Speaker. I believe on the previous item, Councillor Mkonto put forth a counter proposal that the item be referred back. And we just now had a vote against and for the proposal. Councillor Mkonto's proposal was not put to a vote. So just from a procedural side, you can just have clarity there, Madam Speaker.
Thanks, Councillor Botha. We have concluded on that item, and the ANC is very clear on the position. They came back with their feedback after they had a caucus, and that's the position that I stand with. Clear, Councillor Botha. Thank you very much. Tertia, do we have feedback on everything working now? Just test it for me, Councillor Mkonto. Just test quickly for me, Councillor Machesini. Councillor Gwaza, can you hear? Nothing. Is there nothing? Tolk, kan jy gou ietsie sê wat die raadslede hoor? Nothing. Councillor De Bula? Nothing. Just 1 second. My apologies for the technical error. We're just now going to wait for Tertia to quickly. Okay.
Hello, Tolk.
Hoe gaan dit, Tolk? Is alles okay daar? Die raadslid Botha. Okay, can we proceed? Thank you, councillors. We then conclude on that item. We then move to item E245. Our interpreter is back online. In front of council, we have the item for the direction change of Soonskyn Valley Rugby Field. I see the light of Councillor Boyson.
Madam Speaker, I want to let me refer this item back.
Thank you, Councillor Alderman Boyson, for perhaps just your reason that we just note.
Madam Speaker, is not totally completed.
Okay.
Supply chain must fit in, something must fit in.
Okay, thank you very much. It is then noted and recorded that item E245 is withdrawn and it will then come back for administration Am I correct? To first deal with it.
Yes.
Thank you very much, councillors. It is then withdrawn. We then move to item E246. Are you okay, Councillor Debola? Okay. Okay, but you mustn't speak while we're busy, ne? All right. Item E246, the proposed new bylaw, Mossel Bay Municipality bylaw, relating to way leaves and electronic communication facilities for 2023. In front of council, we have our recommendations from point 1 to 5. Can I please have a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Delamain?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Any questions from any councillor on this item?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this thing of electronic communication facilities, and the director elaborate more so that we can understand. I saw the public participation in all areas, in the hall and so on, Mossel advertisement and so on. But can you elaborate what is this electronic communication facilities so that all of you will put in one part?
Thank you very much. Councillor Gous?
Speaker, I'll wait for that reply.
Okay. Municipal Manager?
I think let's move over to Director Technical Services.
Director Technical Services. Director Naidu? If you can kindly assist council with the response. Thank you very much.
Yeah, this is a bylaw that will assist council in making decisions whenever there's an application to install optic fiber cables along the verges or along roads, the use of municipal masts at reservoirs, etc. So whenever any equipment needs to be installed at municipal sites, then we use the bylaw as a guideline to approve these applications.
Thank you very much for your response. Councillor Buddha is covered. Councillor Gous?
ACDP abstains, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The ICDP is abstaining and we record as such. Any other input from anybody else on the item? Councillor Porter?
Speaker, again, when it comes to delegated powers, as per my previous point, reference to the mayor, this one also includes the MM. There are cases that are subject to K, and it is on that basis that we are saying we can't support where anything is with delegated powers is concerned. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor. You are against or abstaining? It is recorded as such. Thank you very much. We then move to item E247. Councillor Mkontu, sorry, I missed you.
Okay. Madam Speaker, I just want to understand, is any workshop that was done, if was a workshop that was done in previous meeting, I requested that it must be indicated here that councillors were workshopped.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mkontu. Normally, our the procedure is that if a councillor requests or council feel that there's a need for us to have a workshop on a specific bylaw or policy, then that will be arranged. So there has not been a council workshop on this item. Am I correct? Can you confirm that? If your request, Councillor Mkontu, is for a workshop, then you can kindly just indicate so.
I will request, as normally I've always said that any bylaws that comes to the councillors must be workshopped.
Thank you very much. Excuse. Just one second, Director Naidu.
Thank you,
You may proceed.
Speaker. I just want to confirm there was workshops. It's actually clearly indicated in the item that council resolution and dates of public participation process meetings were advertised in the Mossel Bay Advertiser on the 4th of August. Public participation process meetings were held on the 14th of August at the Konangaba Community Hall and Dana Bay Community Hall, 15th August at Great Bra Community Hall, and the Mossel Bay Town Hall on the 16th of August, and the Dalmeda Community Hall and the Artenbos Conference Rooms. This was coordinated by Legal Services.
Thank you very much. And it was for the public at large, which also include for councillors to attend, because I note that it says a public participation process meeting, and that it followed in those specific areas. Councillor Konto is asking if there were workshops for councillors. There was not a workshop for councillors on this, but there was public participation in all the areas as listed. Can we just have confirmation? Was there a council workshop scheduled as we do normally in the council chambers with an invite for councillors to attend? Just confirmation, because I can't recall and I don't want to say something that is incorrect. Thank you.
Speaker, we did have on the way leave policy, did have a workshop. I can't remember the date, but maybe Mr. Prince can elaborate on that.
Thank you. Just confirmation of that, please. Mr. Prince.
Speaker, I also recall having a workshop, but I'm just going to see if I can't confirm the date.
Thank you very much. Council Whip.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. If I recall correctly, at the previous committee meetings, before the committee meeting started, Director Naidu and his team made a presentation regarding the way leave policy, as well as the small scale embedded policy. So that was at the previous committee meetings.
Thank you very much. I was not in attendance, but thank you very much for confirming. Therefore, it is confirmed that council did have a workshop. Councillor De Bola and then Councillor Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I don't understand about this workshop. I'm canceling this Mossel Bay. If I don't receive any invitation about the workshop, if I was sent an invitation of the council, just please refer us the date and send back so that can check, then can see what happened in that workshop, because I don't understand about the workshop. Just send just repeat. If you send us the invitation, just send again, then can check.
Thank you very much. Councillor Buddha.
Speaker, thank you very much. I don't want the councillor just supposed to confuse this thing with the scale embedded generation policy. Here we're talking about this electronic communication facility, not embedded generation policy, where Dignet was representing there.
Thank you for that clarity. Mr. Prince, can you can you confirm?
Madam Speaker, if you give me a minute, she's busy typing. But in terms of the information I've got here with me, it was a meeting with the MICO members, but not with the full council. So we will gladly have a workshop with all council meetings in due course. We will arrange a workshop and we'll inform councils accordingly.
Thank you very much. I then rule that that administration will then arrange a full council workshop on the bylaw. Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. That concludes our item then. Yes, Councillor Porter.
Speaker, mine is to conclude with the emphasis on what Councillor Mkonto's request is. Again, because we're missing this one now, and that we have confirmation that councillors didn't have it. If I hear correctly, what the ANC is calling for is that all bylaws, not wayleaves, all bylaws must be workshopped prior to this item coming here, so that when we pass a bylaw, we are fully aware and informed and also competent to advocate the very same bylaw. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input, Municipal Manager. Can that please be noted? We then on item E247, Councillor Gauss, I have concluded on the item.
Speaker, I understand. If I may just highlight the fact that as Councillor Buddha has said and Councillor Porter, specifically that workshops be conducted prior to an item coming to council, because what's now being asked of council is to approve a bylaw that has not been workshopped. To do it after the fact, to have a workshop after the fact defeats the purpose. Thank you.
It's noted. It's noted. Thank you very much, Councillor Gauss. Item E247, amendments to the small scale embedded generation policy, and the WIP has confirmed that there was a presentation done at committees. Am I correct, Council WIP?
Yes, Madam Speaker, if I recall correctly, that was the presentation made there, but I think the director can clarify.
Thank you very much. In front of council is recommendation 1 to take cognizance of the presentation done by director. Yes, the recommendation confirmed that. And point 2, that the revised small scale embedded policy and application form be approved by council. It's in front of us for approval. Can I please have a proposal?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, following the public's outcry with regards to the policy, it is a privilege that we were able to streamline the policy, and thank you very much to the director and his department with regards to that. It is a privilege for me to second this item.
Noted. Thank you very much. Is there any inputs from any councillor on the item? Councillor Gauss?
Thank you. Speaker, if I may, I'd also like to just with this item draw the attention of councillors that the item was presented in the committee, but it was not, as far as I can recall, councillors were not sent a notice of the presentation. And I happened to catch part of it because I arrived early for my committee. And thus, I can't with surety say that all councillors were sufficiently informed regarding this policy.
Thank you very much. Your input is noted. Your position on the item, Councillor Gauss, you're not against. You're just making that comment and raising it. I see no other lights or input. The item does carries unanimously. We are on item E248. The proposed exchange of Earth 2002 Mossel Bay. It's a municipal property which is situated at Rosalind Street, extension 6, for Earth 22952 in Mossel Bay. The property of Mosquitoes, situated at the corner of Omnicron and Horizon Street in Heiderans. In front of council is the recommendations listed from points 1 to 18 for council to approve. Can I please have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I'll propose.
Thank you very much, Ward Councillor Furness. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Any questions from any councillor on this item? Councillor Kunti, you may proceed. Thank you so much.
Okay, Madam Speaker, I need a clarity in regarding with this exchange.
Sorry, you want clarity on what this item is about?
I want a clarity in regarding with the exchange.
The exchange. Okay, thank you very much. Director Venter, Mr. Prince, MM. It's just clear. Councillor Mkonto is asking for clarity with reference to the exchange. What it is about.
Speaker, thank you. In brief, with this exchange between two urban regions, being that the one deems to be more suitable for a creche than the other one, and that was the major reason for bringing it back to council.
Thank you very much for your clarity provided, Mr. Print. Councillor Konto, you covered. Thank you very much. Nobody is against.
No.
Thank you, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I would like to register my very strong opposition to this item and the exchange of this land, not because of any issue with mosquitoes. The work that they are doing is exemplary. To the best of my understanding, it's also a Christian-based education facility, and I appreciate that. What I do not appreciate is the discrepancy in the manner in which specific groups are treated in Mossel Bay. And I raise specifically the issue that I've raised before with regards to the reversion condition that we sell land when we sell it at a discounted rate, and even on other items when it's not discounted. Previously, one of the churches in this town also had a piece of land sold to them at an extremely discounted rate, and they did not build according to the reversion condition, and their option to build and to still keep the land was extended several times. That same privilege was not granted to the church in New Sunnyside. In fact, this municipality engaged in a lawsuit against that church to take that land back, which is the land that's now currently under discussion. First of all, this land is prime land. It's got a beautiful view of the bay. It's double the size of the property in Skuman Street, which is a poor piece of land. It's right next to a busy road. I can't see that there isn't any other land that would be available. And I'm also opposed to the fact that I've heard that there is a land claim on this piece of property. And also, Speaker, the fact that this property was initially proposed by the church that had it to be sold to gain income. And we are now saying that we're swapping out this land and we are deeming it to be a fair process. It is not a fair process because land is something that is publicly owned in Mossel Bay, and the residents here should have the opportunity to get the best possible price that we can for land, because that will also impact on the finances and the service charges that need to be charged in order to run this municipality. And so I want to strongly voice my objection to this item. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you very much. The objection of the ACDP is noted and recorded as such, please. Thank you very much. Any other questions? I see the light of Councillor Baron. May proceed.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. From the side of the Freedom Front Plus, we also strongly object. We did investigate the whole situation from mosquitoes to the place there next to the graveyard, to the prime land of the Koi there, that people fight for long years. But I don't want to give any other information now, but the Freedom Front Plus strongly object this item. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baron. It is noted and recorded. Your inputs that has been made. Any other comments? Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker, and also thank you to Councillor Gous for the work done there, the investigation and the informative sort of response that we have from the ACDP. And on that basis, we also want to align ourselves with the ACDP and object to this item. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The position of the Patriotic Alliance for comments and reasons presented to Council is then noted and it is recorded as such. Councillor Buddha.
For the sake of information, Speaker, we received just now as an opposition. We are against also. We're not supporting this.
The ANC indicating their position, they are against, and it is noted and recorded as such. Thank you very much, councillors. We then move to item E249, which is the proposed lease of Earth 6741, situated in Kwanungaba, at the corner of Crot Street and Louis Fourie Road in Mossel Bay by Team Kizzy. In front of us is the recommendations for council to approve, and it is listed from 1 to 12. Can I please have a proposal on this item? It is then Councillor Wellman who is proposing for approval. To have a seconder?
Yes, Speaker, you do.
Thank you very much, Councillor Mvumvu is seconding. Any questions from any councillor on this item? I see the light of Councillor De Bola. You may proceed. Thanks, Councillor.
Boss, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker. Nasijongile apha kule item imali ofuneka ibhatele ngoba umkhize iphezulu kakhulu is compare kwaka item kwakule agenda ikhona item enomntu obhatala imali less than. So isicelo sethu thina siyi-ANC, Madam Speaker, as basiyazi into yobana uba umkhize ungumntu othengisa imoto kuphela ne-6 months ingathengwanga imoto akazinokwazi ukubhatala le 2,200 ngenyanga, Madam Speaker. So isicelo sethu mayithotywe le amount ibekwe apha libhunga ledolophu ngoba akekho umuntu onokwazi ukubhatala le mali kube kukho umuntu obhatala imali less than kunele mali. So sicelo thina siyi-ANC.
Thank you very much, Councillor De Bola. That is noted. A proposal for the amount in prize money to be reduced. I will come back to that. Councillor Machusini, Councillor Buddha, and then Councillor Fo.
Mandibulele, Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor.
Nyani ka ujonga i-rent ebekwe phaya for la business yomntu omnyama. Xa uyijonga uba mayibulawe la business. Jonga phaa ku-item 251 zii-hectares eziya umntu uzarenta i-320 uye phaa ku-item E 252 laa mntu inantsika phaa uzawurenta ngonyaka. Laa club izawurenta ngonyaka i-300 but kube nomntu ozizamelayo phaa arentiswe laa mali. Nyhani le item mayithotywe le mali yerent arentiswe ngoba andiyazi icriteria esetyenziswayo xa kujongana nerent. Enkosi. Ngekho nomntu otolileyo.
Thank you, Councillor Machusini. Your light, please. Your input is noted, similar to the request of Councillor De Bola. I will come back to that. Councillor Buddha and then Councillor Gous.
Speaker, thank you very much. I concur what my colleagues say. Really want to see the difference of the criteria. If Mr. Mkhize just there in the Sizanani is going to pay per month 2,200. When you look at how to call it in Heberstein, the Bure, plain Bure Ferienachen, they are going to pay 320. And others, they are going to pay annum in hectares. They are going to just pay little money. What is the difference? Why Team Kiza is paying so much money there if others, they are paying just little money? That's what we.
Thank you very much for your input, Councillor Gous.
Speaker, my question of clarity is regarding consistency, because this item we say we are going to lease for a period of 5 years because it's very valuable property, and it could possibly bring in a very high income to the municipal coffers. It is a private business, so I can understand why the rental will be 2,200 Rand per month. But also referring to item 251, which is the Herbertsdale Klein Boerevereniging, their lease is only approved for 3 years for the same reason that it's a valuable piece of land and that it could be of use in the future. So I'm asking for consistency. Why are we in the middle of town where I would say there's a better probability of getting a higher income for that land, leasing it for 5 years, and for the claim bureau, leasing it only for a period of 3 years.
Thanks for your question of clarity, Councillor Gous. Any other inputs or questions? No, Municipal Manager.
Chairperson, maybe I can start with Mr. Mkhize that we're not on the other items yet. I can confirm, Chairperson, that Mr. Mkhize has come to see me many times in the past in my office. He's a gentleman who puts his cars on the sidewalk opposite in my Carly Street opposite there. But then they started to harass him. He wants to do his business properly. He in fact wanted to buy a land. But you cannot sell land for a business of a private owner less than market value. If it's in the plight of the poor or where the community at large can benefit, then council can consider a lower amount. In my view, Mr. Mkhize will be very, very happy with this rental amount. I've spoken to him. He understands that we cannot do it for him at a cheaper rate than market value, and it's council's own valuer who determined the market value in this stage. Regarding the term that Councillor Gous is referring to, Mr. Mkhize, in my view, Speaker, is a serious businessman. He wants to establish a business. He don't want to be there for 6 months or 3 months. He's an established businessman, and I think as council, we should respect that and give him the longer term so that he can really establish a business, especially in that area. Maybe sometime in future, he might get a better piece of land that's more central for his business because his business is dependent on people passing. So I think it will only be fair towards him, councillors, if we can, Speaker, if we can, the term as is, leave it as is to give him a better chance to make a success of his business and so on. He's aware of all I spoke to him, about the risks about business. He understands that. And he really wants to make a success of this business, Speaker.
Thanks, for sharing the inputs of the applicant. That also provides some clarity. Councillor Gous, you covered. I am going to allow Councillor Porter to speak, and then I can give you a follow-up. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Speaker. While others have spoken about the years of lease, mine is on the amounts of renting per month. And again, starting with E21251, we must still deal with later on. If I look at the size of the land of Hartenbos, Abbotsdale, Klein Boere Vereniging versus this one, you will see the Boere would pay a small amount of 320 per month. Yeah, with a relatively small business, where you're not going to have lots of biesta and that accumulates more, bigger profits. Smaller business, smaller land for 2,200 rand. It doesn't make sense to me as where I'm sitting from. Perhaps the whoever can explain as to how do you get to that differentiation for these two applications, so that I can better understand that. Thank you very much.
Thanks for your question, Councillor Gous. Councillor Machesini, can I just have the light for Councillor Gous on our last input, please? Thank you. Then I'll come back to you. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. Just for clarity then, I hear what our is saying, and I understand the reasoning for saying then that we would like to give the person the opportunity to establish his business, and therefore the reason of 5 years. But it still doesn't explain the inconsistency then for the item E251, which is then only 3 years. But we can discuss it when we get there. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Machesini, before I hand over to the
Speaker.
Please, Yama Burgomaster. Sorry, Councillor Machusini, you can just keep on your light. Sorry, Mayor, I didn't see your light. You may proceed.
Yeah, Chair, thank you, Speaker. I think the way I see it, the differentiation is that on the one hand, you've got a business person who's going to do it for personal benefit. And on the other hand, you've got the Herbisdale small farmers. Those communities, the community have been renting that land from us. So also this rental is based on the previous rent that they paid. And that's a social project. It's a community project. It's not for one person's benefit. So that's definitely the difference for me.
Thanks for that clarity also, Mayor, and your input, Councillor Machusini.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do understand what the Mayor says, but I want to know the criteria, which criteria they use when they talk much about the rent.
Value.
Because that person, yes, he can agree with you because he is desperate to do his business. He want to do his work for the people, but he will not understand that the reality. As we here, we understand that the hectares must be so small, and then the meters is just a big amount like this, whereas he's doing his own business. As I see, maybe you want to kill his business.
Thanks, Councillor Machusini. Yes, Councillor Buddha, you don't ask for the MM, you ask for the speaker. If you want to excuse yourself, baie dankie. Ons moet net die protocol reg kry so asseblief. Councillor Machusini, thanks for your question. Municipal manager, there's a question in terms of the criteria. And then again, just from Councillor Porter, was the rent rate determined? Speaker, maar, oh, okay, Executive Mayor.
Oh, no, sorry, Speaker.
As u, dis die vorige liggie. Okay, MM.
Speaker, I understand what the councillors are asking and the feeling there, the strong feeling they have towards the businessman here. But as a municipality, I cannot advise council to do things which will be contrary to its own policies. Any land that council sell or rent, if it's not in the plight of the poor or in the interest of the community at large, you cannot deviate from market value. And the market value is determined by the council's own valuer, whom we've appointed. I don't know, Mr. Prince must come in here, Speaker, but I cannot advise the council to do it differently. As much as I understand what the councillors ask and how they debate. And that is the reason why we prefer to give Mr. Mkhize a longer term to establish his business over a longer term. He's very enthusiastic. He knows what he's doing. I mean, I spent hours with Mr. Mkhize. And remember also, Speaker, this is not the final bite of the cherry. This item must go out on public participation now. And if you say here you're going to rent that land for 1,000 rand, you'll get 10, 20 other people in the area who's also interested in that land because it's not market value. Remember, the item must go out on public participation. Anyone can object to it. Or other people can come and say, no, we also want to do business on that land now. So then that must come back to council and council must reconsider. That is basically the difference between the two pieces of land. The Herbisdale land has been there for many years. The small farmers has used it for many years at a very, very nominal rate because people are not so much interested in that land. Even that land will go out on public participation. We don't expect a lot of objections coming for that piece of land. We call it Sowry. They've been on that land for many, many years. So that's basically the difference, Speaker. You must bear in mind, we're going out on public participation with the painter. And if you say 500 or 1,000 rand, you'll get 30, 40 other people who jump on the bandwagon for this. Whereas Mr. Mkhize has proven himself to me over a period that he wants to do business there. He wants to make a success of it.
Thank you, MM. I want to conclude on the item correctly. So,
Speaker.
On point, yes, thanks. I'm going to give you an opportunity. Point 9, indicate on the recommendations, the public participation process. Point 10, indicate that the council resolution be also referred to the ward councillor to bring under attention of the ward committees for any comments, which will also then come back. Point 11 indicates that it must then come back to council to take a final decision. Just want councillors to take note of those 3 recommendations. Councillor De Bula, Councillor Porter, and Councillor Gwaza in that order.
Enkosi, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, nimamelo MM uyayibeka ngohlobo ayibeka ngalo le nkcazelo okanye le ngcaciso ayicacisayo. Kodwa yona i-item apha i-specific for Mr. M. Mkhize, Tim Mkhize, sorry. Now, ujonga umahluko kwe-hectares nakula piece of land nge-ala amount ibekwe up ye-rent is too high, MM. And okwesibini, nathi siyancokola noba uMkhize. Uyivumile le nto uba makohlala laa ndawo because if engena-choice. And njengoba eyivumile nje engena-choice, uswayise kwindawo yena ebeyithanda. Kwenziwe i-bus stop umasipala. Iimoto zakhe zibekwa kulaa ndawo. Now le amount, if sobhatalisa uba uMkhize la amount, that is mean sayibulala ibhizinisi yakhe. Sibulala total MM. Through wena speaker. Now, that's why sisithi thina as the ANC, sicela ithoje la amount. Basiyazi ba imoto azithengwa every day like chips, like fruit. Iyaphela even nonyaka wathengwa ngamoto. Because this is a second hand as a motor azithengisa uMkhize. It's not brand new. So now if sizoqhubeka thina sithi siyipasise le amount, into yobana makarente la amount, then kwiminyaka elandelayo uzawuba nantoni endlini yakhe because usebenzela abantwana bakhe. So isicelo sami sisamile si-ANC speaker mayithotywe le amount. And uba uMkhize uyaya phaa but akayithandi laa ndawo, but because of engakena-choice uba uzozibeka phi iimoto zakhe, siyancokola nje uba uMkhize indaba eyithandi le siyithetha ngayo.
Thanks. You are excused, Councillor Mkontu. Thanks, Councillor De Bula. I will bring the item to a vote in terms of your recommendation because council will have to take the decision. But I do note all the input that you've given. Thanks very much. Councillor Porter.
Thank you, Speaker. I'm just worried. I don't see very key strategic portfolios in council is participating in that previous discussion of the ANC. Even if it means a point of order must have been raised. Speaker, I hear what the MM is saying. And the one part that actually troubles me, if that is the correct phrase, is when you apply for a piece of land for a particular vision that you are having, you want to be an entrepreneur, you want to start a business, this thing is planned thoroughly. You go to the municipality, you identify the land that you have interest in, and then a process kicks in. It's nice to hear from the MM that he had multiple engagements with the applicant. Spend hours to discuss and also to ascertain whether he's on the right track and whether the municipality can, give access to the land. But the processes thereafter, as to what the MM has alluded to, worries me. And there's a trend in our town where you identify a piece of land, everything seems to be fine, but then the process kicks in, that process that says you must now go through a public participation process, of which another thing involves other people that now also all of a sudden may have interest in the land. It then seems to me that you actually open, you have the business idea, but you open a process, the municipal system is of such that you must now open a process for others also that never had interest in the land, never approached the municipality, never came with a business plan or whatever the case may be, for them to also come and participate in the public participation process and also show up his hands that I also have interest. The issue of redressing the past is out of the window. I want to put into brackets, poor Mr. Mkhize, a previously disadvantaged person, in accordance to the redress policies, apply for the land, but a person that has all the wealth in the town, own a lot of properties, can now come and participate and bump poor Mr. Mkhize out of the process to a piece of land that the riches of the wealthiest person that now has the financial muscle to come and, what is this, be for the dung, tender for this land, is bumping him out. Poor Mr. Mkhize's dreams, that, of which as a human and constitutionally has the right to dream and to start a business and to plan accordingly, is now out of the equation because of a system that doesn't speak thoroughly to the redress issue and how we must allow space and allow resources and opportunities to the poorest of the poor and the previously disadvantaged people. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Porter. Councillor Mvumvu.
Thank you very much, Speaker. Speaker, when it comes to this item, I just want to put this item under the discussion that we had with Mr. Mkhize from the beginning when we take this journey. MM is 100% correct when he's saying that he had numerous meetings with him, specifically because he was sensitized with the reasons that the MM has put it in this council. The last meeting that I had with him was yesterday, just to make sure, because also it was also my view that is he gonna be comfortable with the 2,200 that he needs to pay? He is more than happy, Speaker, under the circumstances, with the duration of the waiting period, for him to be granted a space. Currently, if you can go there and check where his cars are being parked, they are congested in a corner where he cannot make any business. So for us to proceed with this process so that he can get his space, it will make him to do his business according to the way he wants. Currently, he's struggling because he doesn't have a proper space. Secondly, municipality gave him two options. There was a big space next to the taxi rank, but because of the safety precautions, he couldn't take that space with a period of 3 years that he was being given from municipality after the recommendation that was supposed to be sent around the council. He declined because of the safety precaution, but because of the second alternative where the municipality offered the space, he's more than happy. He doesn't have any problems and he's waiting for the outcome of this council because he's aware, so that he can take his car and sell them according to the way he wants. So he doesn't have a problem at all. Thank you so much, Speaker.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Mbumbu. Councillor Gwaza.
Ndiyabulela, Madam Speaker.
May proceed.
Enkosi. Ndiyamva uKhansila Mvumvu no-MM babesithi kokubana uhappy kakhulu ngalaa ndawo ayifumene kuthiwa yi-2,200. Even though kungathiwa kokuba uyayiviyela laa ndawo, kuba kaloku iimoto zakhe apho bezikhona zisusiwe.
Apologies, Councillor Gwaza, just 1 minute. Interpreter, can you please just interpret, because you're gonna lose the councillors who needs to follow. Just be quick, thank you. Councillor Gwaza, you've lost the interpreter. We don't know anything that you've said now. Can you please just start again? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Enkosi kwakhona. uKhansila Mvumvu no-MM Siyabava ukuthi bathi uMr Mkhize uyavuya kakhulu ngalaa ndawo ayifumene. Nangale mali kuthiwa makayibhatale i-2,200. Ewe uzovuya kuba akanandawo. Kudala ifuna indawo. If siyajonga, benikwe phaa ngase-taxi rank, kwathiwa makathathe laa portion incinci. Bemxabanini umasipala emxabanisa noonoteksi kuba oonoteksi laa ndawo bayayisebenzisa leyana. Yiloo nto embangela ukuba makangayithathi laa ndawo leyana. UMr Mkhize ebebeka iimoto zakhe apho phaa phambi kwelaa ndawo asebenzela kuyo, apho khona ngoku kwenziwa i-bus stop. Iimoto zakhe bezidisplay. I understand ngokokuba ebefayinwa kulaa ndawo leya. Why umasipala ebengenomnika laa ndawo? Kuba iimoto zakhe bezidisplayeka kakuhle for ukwazi uzithengisa. Kwenziwe i-bus stop karikazi enkulu. For ntoni kulaa ndawo leya i-bus stop? Because akho moto zimisayo phaa. Akho bantu bahambayo kulaa ndawo leya, kodwa kwenziwe laa bus stop inkulu. Andiyazi noba laa bus stop inkulu yenzelwe ukuvimba uba ibhizinesi yakhe ingabikho phaa. Ndiyava okokuba unikiwe phaa eWard 15 sikhona ispace phaa asinikiweyo. Iimoto zakhe zizoma njani phana ibhizinesi like as uba ebebeka kulaa ndawo phaa kulaa ndawo akuyo ngoku. Phayana kulaa ndawo akho bantu bahambayo banintsi phaa. Ibhizinesi yakhe izobonakala njani ebahlalini? Because phana at least abantu kuyonyuka kusoloko ibhizi laa ndawo leyana. Iimoto ziyahamba. Enkosi.
Thank you very much. Councillor De Bula, your last opportunity before I conclude on the item.
I was listening to the interpreter here, ne? But as you speak the council was as the interpreter here is not correct interpret as the speaking was.
Thanks, Councillor De Bula. Indeed, we're struggling to follow from the interpreter, even myself. But I don't want to be difficult now. I can hear also that it is somebody new. But just a request because we are going to lose out on important things that are being mentioned. Yes, may you are excused. Councillor Kwaza, thank you for your input made. Before I bring the two proposals before council, one is the request from the ANC to have the lease amount reduced on the reasons that they provide to council. And then the proposal in terms of the recommendations in front of us was made by Councillor Viaman, seconded by Councillor Mbumbu. Councillor Kwaza is asking why the municipality is giving this specific portion. Perhaps clarity to the applicant in his application request the specific portion, because Councillor Kwaza is bringing information that he was next to the taxi taxi rank area where they were fighting. And why is he not there now being accommodated, and why the specific land? Just clarity on that. And then I am going to, because we've had a thorough debate, I am going to bring this then to conclusion. Thanks,
Speaker, the last discussion I had with Mr. Mkhize in my office, I'm aware he went over to Town Planning Department, who sat with him, with the GIS, and showed him the pieces of land which might be available. I wasn't there, but I'm led to believe that this piece of land suited his needs the best, the one in question, yeah. So, Speaker, I can't say more than that.
Yes, Amen. I
And
understand.
I really can't say more than that. I can only give the facts that I'm aware of here. And as far as the rental amount is concerned, Speaker, it will be illegal for me
Yes.
to advise council to
Yes.
charge less than market value for a private person who's running his own business.
Thank you very much. And you've indicated also against our own policy.
That's right.
Thanks, I am then just going to ask the proposal by Councillor De Bula to lower the lease amount of 2,200. Is there a seconder for the proposal of Councillor De Bula?
Speaker, before you go there, can I just on a point of order regarding this specifically, also point 40 states that no councillor may propose or second a recommendation to this council that's contrary to legislation. And legislation says specifically, as the MM has stated, that we cannot recommend that a rental amount be lower than market value when it's for a private person. So I don't think we should go that route. That's just my personal opinion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. You are indeed correct. Therefore, the ANC then will have to put their position of either abstaining or against the item on record. And unfortunately won't be able to bring it to a vote because I must inform the ANC that your proposal is against council policy and legislation. Council is not allowed to do that. Therefore, thank you, Councillor Gous. The proposal was made by Councillor Velman, seconded by Councillor Mvumvu. Can I have the position of the ANC with reference to this item? Unfortunately, you're not allowed to bring a counter proposal in terms of lowering the lease amount, but you can state your position whether you are in support or against. Rajat Buddha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. No, we can't be against this. Mr. Mkhize, you need this piece of long ago. What we are just trying to bring forward, just in order to look his amount of renting. If it's possible, just to reduce it to just minimum amount. If not, no problem. We can't just say we are against of a counter proposal. No, we are certain because you need this area long ago. You can't be against it.
Thank you very much. If the ANC is not against, then the item carries with the recommendation that it will go on public participation. Thanks for the debate. Thanks, MM, for the input and also for Councillor Gous, who has pointed out the rules of order correctly there. Item E250, proposed acquisition of expropriation of a portion of 4211 Great Break River, Greenhaven, for the purpose of the upgrading of the Wolverdance Emergency Access Road. Recommendations 1 to 7 in front of council. Can I have a proposer, please?
I propose, Speaker.
Thank you, Ward Councillor. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you very much. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor on this item? If there's none, the item carries unanimously. Thank you. Item E251, proposed renewal of the lease of a portion of Earth 24 in Herbertsdale, Mossel Bay, by the Herbertsdale Klein Boerevereniging. In front of council, we have all the recommendations listed from points 1 to 10, and as previously alluded, MM and Meyer indicated that this is for the small-scale farmers in the interest of the greater community. Can I have a proposal, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I propose the renewal of the lease.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha, who's also the ward councillor for that area. Do we have a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll second the proposal.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor, Executive Deputy Mayor. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, before, may I just ask 2 questions for clarity and then come back to the item?
You may proceed.
Thank you. So the first question is if the MM could, or whoever has the knowledge, could just give us a quick rundown on the history of the Klein Boerevereniging and how it came to be that they originally started with this lease. And then the second issue that I'd like to address is how did this lease come to be revised in council when our item was only approved in November 2022 for a 9-year lease, and now it's being revised. how did that revision come about? Was it through the Land Use Planning Committee, or was it through the Klein Boerevereniging Society themselves? Well, that's, yeah. And if I can then come back to the item after that. Thank you, Speaker.
Thanks for your question. Municipal Manager, Mr. Prince.
Speaker, I'm gonna try to answer one part of the question, the history. Speaker, the Small Farmers Association is they're not commercial farmers. It's people having a few animals who need land to keep it there, and it's a way of means also to stay within the bylaws of the municipality that the animals are not all over the show. We've all been to Hubbardsdale. It's a fairly large piece of land that nothing goes on, and the fact that they are on this land, some of them, it's not a lot of them, some of them, also protect the land in a way so that people don't go and grab or whatever the case may be. So, Speaker, in my own knowledge, they've been there when I was Director of Community Services. They were there on the land under a lease agreement with council at a very low. I think it comes from the previous Hubbardsdale municipality when they were on their own. At some stage, it went very bad with them that they couldn't honor the payments to council. And myself and CFO had numerous meetings with them to get them to a point to pay something so that we can set the record straight and so on. I'm speaking under correction now. They managed to get their houses in order, and they came back to us because we didn't want to renew the lease agreement if their house is not in order. And eventually, I think they got their house in order, and they came back to us and requested to renew their lease. I don't know if Mr. Prince has any other information regarding it.
Thank you. Mr. Prince, do you wish to add?
Speaker, only about to concur with the MMs.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gous. Raadslid Potter, as ek net vir Raadslid Gous go, laat sy nie klaar vir ons goedjies afhandel. Dankie.
Thank you, Speaker. My question regarding how this item came back to council so quickly and the 9 years lease not being honoured. I'd like that question before I continue further. And then I'd also like to just know approximately how many farmers are on that land.
Thank you.
Speaker, the last time before the renewal of this lease, they were about 18 in total.
18.
18, yeah. 18. It's not a lot. And as I've said, they are not commercial farmers. So they're really just looking after the land. They don't have lots of animals that I'm aware of.
Albert.
Question not answered about how the item came back to council.
Thank you. I'm going to allow Mr. Prince to just respond, then that concludes the question.
The way I understand it is why did the item come back so quickly? Because we quick, Councillor. Councillor, no word. In earnest, it was after, if I remember correctly, it was after the 9 years and 11 months. It expired, if I remember correctly. And then there was a period where we negotiated with them and then we bought back the item. That's how I remember it.
Thank you for your indulgence, Speaker.
Last night, Councillor Gous.
Thank you. If I've read the item correctly, then the item states that in November 2022, this item came to council and we made a decision to lease the land to the vereniging for 9 years and 11 months. Then the item has now come back with a revision on that. And so Speaker, if I can then, after I've got clarity on this, then just speak on the item. Thank you.
Mr. Paran.
So, Speaker, I understand the question now. What happened was there was a public participation process. We went into the public, the initial council resolution was 9 years, 11 months, and then we went into the public participation process. And when it came back, the recommendation was changed from 9 years, 11 months to 3 years because of probably that the property may be used for other purposes. So and because it's a social project, it was reduced to 3 years instead of the 9 years, 11 months. That's the reason.
Thank you for your clarity. Raadslid Gous.
Yes, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, so my concern is the fact that this, I asked, because in the item it states that the land was, or the lease agreement was reduced to 3 years because it's valuable land. And then I inquired if there are any specific plans on this land via Director Fenter's office on the spatial development plan, and I was told that there aren't. And we all know, Speaker, that land is a sensitive issue, but we also know that nobody can prosper without access to land. And for that reason, I would like to suggest that we continue with a 9 years lease agreement for these farmers because it provides them with some stability. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Ratsit Potter.
Because while everybody was very quick, I think Councillor Gous quickly covered my concern. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Potter. Councillor Potter.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just a bit of history on the matter. There was issues between some community members and the Klein Boere in the past. I think it's more prudent to keep it to 3 years at this stage, also considering the proximity to the cemetery. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Therefore, I support the item as it is currently.
For the 3 years. Thank you very much. Councillor Gous, any other inputs? Badkamer toe, dankie, Raadslid Baron. Councillor Gous has proposed a 9 year, that.
Madam Speaker.
Apologies, you may proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I just need a clarity as previously item of Mr. Mkhize that we spoke about. Councillor Makesini asked how the market value has been determined to be that amount. Yeah, when you go to the discussion in E, we see that the market value determined for 100 hectares, the market value that was determined, it's per month, it's 1,150 for 100 hectares, whereby in the previous item, the hectares no, it's not hectares, meters, it's 1,084.96 meters squared. I just want to know how that has been, this one, it's 100 hectares, how has been determined per month to be 1,150. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thanks for the question. Just to note, the previous item has been concluded on. Mr. Venter, I will allow you an opportunity to please respond to the question of clarity in terms of what Councillor Kwaz has raised with reference to the determination of the market value. Thank you, Director.
Thank you, Speaker. Yeah, no, the market value is determined by, and it was correctly stated, I think, by Mr. Prince or of course the MM, that by the valuer of the municipality. And the reports are actually attached to the committee agenda. So I don't have it with me. Perhaps the councillors can just refer to the committee agendas and then the valuer report is attached there. But in essence, what it boils down to is perhaps one should not only consider the size as the value differs in terms of a type of land uses that either is happening on the land already or could be or could happen on the land. So in general, agricultural land, for instance, is per square meter valued lower, for instance, like business property within town. And that is why I believe there's such a clear difference in the total amount. But the best is I suggest to Councillor Speaker through you just to look at the committee agenda as the reports will be attached there.
Thank you, Mr. Venter. Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Speaker. As the Director has alluded to, one should also keep in mind that this is a rural area and that the ground there at the Sori, if you drive there and you have a look at it, now it has issues with water, it has issues with sustainability from an agricultural perspective. It's not, you can say, prime real estate in that regard for use by agriculture, but it does assist the community who just want to keep their animals there and keep them out of town. So in that regard, Madam Speaker, we should just consider the nature of the property.
Thank you very much for your input, Councillor Potter. Councillor Gous has proposed that the lease duration be extended to 9 years. Councillor Botha has indicated as the proposer that he stands with the total of years in the item. I am going to put the proposal of Councillor Gous to a vote, but I need a seconder.
Speaker, may I just ask for clarity from the whip regarding the conflict that he mentioned? He said that there has been conflict between the community and so just better to understand the item. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The whip, who's also the ward councillor, can share his input. Thanks, Councillor Botha.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It was regarding the fencing. As the property is very close to town, some of the animals would then sometimes cross into town, which creates conflicts when they get into people's yards as well as into the cemetery, which is also adjacent to the property. So that's what I was referring to. But as I understand currently, there is an amicable understanding between the members. So that's why I think the 3 years is, from a caution perspective, more apt. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
To see how best then those challenges can be addressed. Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. There is no objection to the item. The item thus carries unanimously. Thank you very much. We then move to item E252 on page 1616. It is the application to lease an additional portion of a portion of Earth 401 in Little Brack River by the Vista Bowling Club. In front of council, we have our recommendations from points 1 to 2. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do propose this item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. Do I have a seconder for Councillor Delamain?
Indeed, you have the site, Madam Speaker.
That side, I'm looking. Thank you, Alderman Boyson, for seconding. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor on the item?
Speaker?
Councillor Gous?
Speaker, I don't have an objection to the item, but I would like to, while we're discussing this item, just raise a concern that I have regarding the valuation of properties. It has been discussed several times today. It was one of the issues that I did raise in an email after the agenda served before us, regarding how in the previous agendas, the municipal valuators report always stated how the valuator had come to the conclusion, the value that she had concluded of a property. That included the properties that she had looked at, what their value was, and that is no longer included in our reports. And I asked why that is, because on a previous occasion, about 2 or 3 years ago, there was a very big calculation mistake with one of those valuation reports, which I then drew the council's or the municipality's attention to, and that item was summarily withdrawn from council. And now these reports are not including how the calculations are done. And I'd like to know why that is, and if they can please be included in the future. That this question was referred to the legal services, and Mr. Prince, unfortunately, you were not quick enough on that one. I haven't had a reply. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. You're not against the item, but in terms of the question raised, CFO, will you be able to respond? Or Mr. Prince? The MM. Thank you very much. The municipal manager is indicating that your comments are noted and that the administration will definitely look into it. It is then noted.
Apologies, Speaker. I just must make one comment with your permission.
You may
And that
proceed.
is, Speaker, that the valuator is a professional person and she has a method. That method may vary. It's not all the same method. But as a professional person, she then comes to a conclusion which is submitted to council, and I believe it's always with a comprehensive report for consideration, and mostly by the committees, as it's not submitted here to council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. I think an important thing, councillors, to note is that the evaluator's report is attached correctly, so as Director Venter mentioned in the committee items. And Councillor Gous is saying no. So if that is the case, then I understand it doesn't get attached to the council agenda. Otherwise, it would be big. But perhaps it would be good if we on items of discussion such of this nature, then have our committee agenda so that we can refer to it. That's just a comment from my side on the matter. Councillor Mkonto and then Councillor Gous.
Okay, thanks, Madam Speaker. In regarding with this Vista Polling Club, I just need a clarity because I believe this item was in front of the councillor previously, and there was a query between of the value, the amount that was charged. So I just need a clarity: is the same item or is just additional land? Or what happening really?
Thank you very much. I think Councillor Mkonto is referring to the discussion and motivation in terms of council resolution. There was a meeting on the 25th of May, and then one, it indicates that the resolution be rescinded. I'll give opportunity now for that feedback. Councillor Gous, last bite.
Thank you, Speaker. Yes, these type of reports are normally included as annexures in our committee agendas. But I'm speaking specifically to the comprehensiveness of those reports. In the past, those reports indicated how the valuer came to her conclusion, and they no longer do. And my concern is because I have in the past picked up calculation mistakes, that report needs to be comprehensive, because specifically, even if we look at one of the previous items where land in Roslyn Street was valuated at 990,000 Rand and land in Skuman Street was valued at 950,000 Rand. The Roslyn Street property is double the size, more than double the size, 2.5 times the size. And so I would like to, as a councillor that's exercising oversight, I would like to be able to see how those calculations are made, particularly, Speaker, because I have picked up mistakes in the past. Thank you.
Your input is noted. The has indicated that the administration will look into it. Thank you very much. The question of Councillor Mkonto, Municipal Manager.
Chairperson, no, the council is correct. This was before council. It's coming back now. There was a proper public participation also regarding the additional land that they wanted to rent, and there were no objections to it and so on. So you're 100% correct. It was before council, previously council.
Thank you very much. Councillor Mkonto, you're not against the item, you just wanted clarity. You covered.
Madam Speaker, as you know that we have a position as the ANC, but on this item, it's an item that serves the community, sports, everything. As we were indicating that at that day that I remember this item, you, Mr. Pure, go and caucus because we were not sure the numbers there. On the other side is up. The other in viewers creche was the view creche was they charge more, and on the side they charge less. So the if I remember, so the item we never against at that time.
Thank you very much. It's noted. Nobody is against the item. All the inputs and comments made is recorded as such. We then move to item E253, status report disposal or lease of municipal properties for the period the 1st of February 2023 to the 31st of July 2023 and municipal property related issues. The recommendation in front of council to take cognizance, points 1 to 3. Can I please have a proposer?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will propose the item.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Furness. Any questions from any councillor? Councillor Gous?
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'd like to just note that in the report, the Urban in Horizon Street, that sale was cancelled, but I could not in the report see a reason for that. If we could please be provided with a reason. And then also the Rotary Village Trust land that was alienated without tender to them is noted in this report. And I asked why, because it's quite an old item, quite a few years back. The reply I received that although that has been in process for several years, the contract was only signed in this reporting period. What is the reason for that? Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you for your two questions. Councillor Buddha, you may proceed. Then I'm going to hand to Director Venter for response.
Madam Speaker, I'm covered. What is Councillor Gous is saying about the council, something which is cancelled there. But, Madam Speaker, I want this one to be clear, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, our dissenting view must be written on the minutes. We are against the selling of municipal land until the following has been done. We must follow them. There is a comprehensive land audit, the audit to identify all types of land and their rezoning and the land use status. That is one. Two, that there is a spatial development framework and the land use that addresses the imbalance of the past. Lastly, Madam Speaker, the municipality has land use and the spatial development framework that promote inclusion of affordable housing in residential development. Therefore, the ANC, Madam Speaker, if we're selling the land and then not considering this, then you must know we are against that. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Buddha. All your inputs are noted and recorded as such. Director Venter.
Speaking, I don't have that information, unfortunately. Perhaps Councillor Gous can just through you, Speaker, then submit it and then we'll provide the information. I don't have it now with me, unfortunately.
Thank you. Thank you, Director Venter. Councillor Gous, Director Venter, unfortunately do not have the direct answers. He's requesting if you can kindly just then via email submit your questions. Thank you very much. Councillor Gous is indicating that that is in order with her. Councillor Kontu.
In supporting and second the councillor, the chief whip, we indicated here in this councillor, there's a land in between the areas that you are living in. Those land, most of those land, you will find that there's this councillor busy selling those land to the people that are who have more money. And we were requesting on this councillor, let's follow this plumber. Let's understand that there's a disadvantaged communities that was disadvantaged to have to use this land. So for this councillor to readdress the imbalance of the past, let's have a way of this land, let's say this land, the option, what to say, the first option for to get for this land must be the person that was disadvantaged. For example, we have a lot of people that are doing business in our areas, and we don't have people in that have business, like Mkize was mentioned here, that can be go on the other areas where you can pay more money than in our areas. So I want to request to this councillor, in supporting my councillor, let's look the way of readdressing the imbalance of the past.
Thank you, Councillor Mkontu and Councillor Buddha for the position of the ANC. It is then recorded as such. The item carries, and we move to item E254.
Madam Speaker, we've got a dissenting view. We want that it must be on record. Always when you're talking about selling off land, renewal without following the due processes.
Thank you very much. It is noted and recorded as such as per the inputs of Councillor Mkontu and Councillor Buddha. Item E254, proposed alienation of a portion of 6763 in Mossel Bay, situated adjacent to Urban 16463 and 16464 in Mossel Bay, 52 and 54E Grata Street in Dana Bay by L and JW Beveers. In front of us, we have the recommendations for council to consider and approve points 1 to 17. Can I please have a proposer?
Madam Speaker, I propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux, the ward councillor for that area. Do we have a seconder, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll support the proposal.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor. Is there any questions from any councillor on this item? No questions of clarity. Thank you very much. The item thus carries. We move to item E255. The proposed expropriation of a portion of the farm 1 to 9 in Bulwer Dance, Great Black River, for the purposes of the construction of a new 4 megaliter reservoir. Can I please have a proposer in terms of the recommendation that is in front of council, point 1 to 9?
You have speaker.
The ward councillor who is proposing. Do we have a seconder?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second the item.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain, for seconding the item for construction of a new reservoir for Great Black River. Any questions on the item from any councillor? If there is none, the item carries unanimously. Thank you very much, councillors. We then move to item E256 on page 1633. The upgrading of the trunk road TR33/1 at Beach Boulevard West to Garrett Street for the installation of a structural load-bearing cover over stormwater canal and lease of a portion of the servitude area over a portion of the remainder of Earth 457 Hartenbos to Andre van Niekerk Trust for parking and loading purposes. In front of council is the recommendations for consideration and approval, points 1 to 2. Can I please have a proposal?
Yes, Madam Speaker, you do. Councillor van Dijk.
Thank you very much. It is the ward councillor proposing for approval. Do we have a seconder, please?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I do second it.
Delamain, Councillor Delamain, thank you very much. The item for parking and loading purposes. Can I ask if there is any questions from any councillor on the item? Councillor Mkontu.
Madam Speaker, I'm legally disadvantaged here because I was not part of the committee meeting. I was sick. Then I will need a clarity because there's a loading, there's parking, and is also upgrading of track road, and there's also public participation. Can be anyone can take me through on this item.
Thank you very much. Question of clarity on the purpose. Director Naidu, can you please assist? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Speaker. Councillor Mkonta, yeah, this property is, let's see the best way I can explain it. You know, the Shell garage in 4x. Opposite the Shell garage, you got the Caltex garage, and then there's a road that runs almost parallel to Louis Fourie right towards the end. Gerika Road, yeah. So we want to link Gerika Road to the other road that goes to Bayview. Garrett Street.
Garrett Street.
Now, as part of the Louis Fourie upgrading, okay, that is a requirement from province. Now, because of that extension, a portion of land that belongs to Mr. Van Niekerk is affected, and he would be compensated by a very small amount. So he was not happy with that. He said that for the land that he's losing, he would require extra or more space to park vehicles. And now the council has got a stormwater drainage system that runs on the northern boundary of his property. So province has decided that they will fund the covering, the structure that will be over the stormwater system. So there's no cost for the municipality, but because it's a municipal servitude and the portion of land belongs to the municipality, you cannot allow them to park for free. So you have to levy a charge. So this is what the item is all about. You have to now charge them for parking on that over the stormwater servitude.
Thank you very much, Director Naidu. Councillor Mkontu, you very much covered. You indicating to me, yes, no other questions of clarity, no objections on the item. The item carries unanimously. Councillors, we move to item E257, and I'm now going to give a 5-minute body break that we then resume. Councillors can go to the bathroom, grab a cup of tea, and then come back. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Ronel. Thank you, MM. All the councillors can just take their seats, please. Dis is. Ikamasie, ons gaan nou begin. Dankie, munisipale bestuurder. Huh? Well. Hmm? Thank you very much, everybody. We will now reconvene. Councillor Botha, I see your light.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Now, just on item E257, where we are now, Councillor Anton de la Mena has excused himself.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. Then, councillors, just again, kind request that for the sake of our interpreter, that when we speak, just clearly into the mic, and that we kindly please just speak a bit slow. I also want to take this opportunity to thank our interpreter, who is an official, a newly appointed official, who is supporting us today. Director Potgieter has indicated that there is a process with the appointment of our interpreter, but this morning we have somebody who willingly stand in, and I just want to say thank you very much. If all councillors can please just assist to allow our interpreter, who's doing this voluntary for council this morning, to please just be able to translate. Thank you. Councillors, we then reconvene. E257, Councillor Delamain has indicated that he needs to excuse himself from this item. It is noted the councillor left the chambers. Point 1, the amendment of the notarial lease agreement between Mossel Bay Municipality and the Garden Route SPCA. Number 2, the proposed lease of a portion of the remainder of Earth 2001 Mossel Bay to the Mossel Bay branch of the Stranded Marine Animal Rescue Team. And point 3, the proposed utilization of a portion of the remainder of Earth 2001 in Mossel Bay as a traffic learning center. In front of council, we have the recommendations listed 1 to 8. Can I please have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, you do. Councillor van Dijk, if I can just maybe point out point number 3, that there's a spelling error in terms of traffic. It should have 2 Fs while we're on it.
Thank you for that correction. And then for proposing, is there a seconder with a correction, please?
Madam Speaker, thank you. I second.
Thank you very much, Alder Lady Reuters. Is there any questions from any councillor on this item? Councillor Porter.
Speaker, the item is threefold. On which one of the 3 then is Councillor Anton de la Mena connected to? And what is?
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. He indicated when at the beginning of the agenda and the meeting that because he is a voluntary part of the NGO with the Stranded Marine Animal Rescue Team, that he wishes to excuse himself on that basis. You covered? Thank you very much. If there's no objection to the item, then the item carries unanimously. Councillor Delamain can please be advised to come back to the chambers. Thank you, councillors. We then move to item E258 on page 1642, application for the renewal of the lease agreement of a portion of a municipal building known as the Wellness Center, Block A, Large Workshop 2, situated on Earth 1648 in Kwanangaba by the Iviwe Community Center and this is Mr. Bongani that all of us know. Our recommendation in front of council for approval is listed from points 1 to 2. Can I please ask for a proposal in this regard?
Thank you, Speaker. You do.
Thank you, Councillor Mvumvu. Is there a seconder for Councillor Mvumvu, please?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I will second the item.
Thank you very much, Executive Deputy Mayor. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor? I see the light of the ward councillor.
Of course, Madam Speaker.
You may proceed.
Madam Speaker, andinenga kule item, but ndinenga ngohlobo ebhalwe ngalo i-item. I-confuse Madam Speaker apha nxa ndifunda le item. Kuthiwa zange ifunyanwe input yam malunga nale matter. Although kakubekho umntu uza kum malunga nale nto ze-ward council. Now kuthiwa apha EF 1648. That is mini Barcelona eholweni. Uphinde nga ufunda le item, Madam Speaker. Apho kuthiwa ndibe ne-input khona umhlaba EF 112. That is mina enhlaka se-police station. Kuthi bekhona input yam apha. Okwesithathu, Madam Speaker, as bandifunde ezi item apha, item 251, item 252, item 253, item 254, ibe ngu-item 256, ibe ngu-item 257. Phayana akukho gama le-ward council elibhaliweyo. Kule item kubhala uCouncillor Dubula. So ndifuna ukwazi, Madam Speaker, kwezi zinto zibhalwe apha bendingazuba ine-input ingaziswanga kum okokuqala le nto yaseBarcelona bamawurenewela la contract yala senda phayana. Okwesibini, ingaba ibhunga liyayivumela into yoba kwi-item kubhalwe igama le-ward council. Umbuzo wam lowa, so ndizawucela impendulo ndenze uba nombuzo olandelayo. Enkosi, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Thank you, Councillor Dapula. The public participation process makes provision for every ward councillor to give input. And that is the reason why you are included, but that can also be confirmed by legal services. The previous items that you've alluded to, many of those items still have to go to public participation. So how it works is that when the public participation feedback comes back to council, then all of that is included in the item, and on the basis of that, this item went for public participation. It clearly states in point 1, and therefore it indicates that you have given one comment as part of the process, and therefore it was included into the item. But I will allow for the MMO, the legal department, to please just provide clarity to Councillor Debula on the issue raised as to why his name is mentioned. At point 1, Councillor Debula indicated that he's not against the item, but he's just speaking to the fact that his name, and then the comment made with reference to one comment that he gave as part of the process. Thank you.
Speaker, thank you. You have summarized it 100% correctly, and I concur with your inputs.
Thank you very much, Mr. Prince, Municipal Manager.
Chairperson, regarding the name, it is common practice that when we go out on public participation and people do comment, we bring what they say to council, and council can see who they are also. So there's nothing strange about that. In other cases, the ward councillors might not have commented. That's why their name doesn't appear in it.
Thank you very much, Municipal Manager. Follow up, Councillor Debula.
Ghost, Madam Speaker, and for MM. For MM. As buses fund the agenda, Speaker. Uyayifunda i-agenda ukuthi uyirefere ku-ward council, irefere ku-ward committee. But lingafaki igama. As bande-reader ezi-item thetha ngazo apha. Now you come ujonga leni item. Kuthiwa u-ward council Sibabalo Dubula khange ube ne-input. U-ward council Dubula i-one input ebesiyifumene kuyo phantsi komhlaba ongu-112. Siyayiva. Nawe nombuzo umuntu obana ngotheni libhalwa igama laye mna noba nina-input. Noba ne-input. Zibe ezinye i-ward council zingabhalwanga amagama wazo. Naku umbuzo wami obukhoyo ukuba lelitheni elifakwe igama lami as a ward council Sibabalo Dubula. Although ngawufunda ezi item endiziridile, Madam Speaker, akukho gama le-ward council, kuthiwa ward council, ward council. So lelitheni elifakweyo apha.
Thank you. MM, do you understand the question of the councillor?
Speaker, I understand, but it is just a question from my side. The council is saying that he didn't comment on this specific item, but on R112. It is just about his name.
About the name. Don't worry about the name, about the comment, not comment.
Okay.
I asked about the name. Thank you. Through Mr. Speaker. I'm raising a concern about the name in the item. Although if you read another item about the referring to the word councillors, it's not there in the name in the item. But to come to read this item 252E258, the name of the councillor Duwela is there. Yes, I understand about it. I say the public participation has not comment about the 1648. That is mean the issue of the Barcelona and the center. But I received the comment about the F112. And yes, I was received the letter. That is why the comment. So now my question is, why my name is there in the item, but another councillors, as you read the agenda items, is not there the names?
Thank you for your question. Councillor Dapula then is asking why his name, because he's saying in other items it just refers to ward councillor and not the name. So his question is why is his name? Because this is now an open item and the comment is noted and then his name appears now in the item.
Chairperson, Speaker, yeah, sorry. I understand what the councillor said now, yeah. If we can refer you to where is it now? If you look at page 1644 of the agenda, item 8. It says that in addition to the prescribed PPP, the resolution be referred to the ward councillor, right? There's no Gamalam there, there's no name there. But when we get a comment from somebody, anybody, we tell the councillor what comments came from who. That's a standard practice. We've always done it. We cannot say we received a comment, but there's no name. We must say that Mr. A, B, and C commented A, B, and C, or what the case may be. We cannot say yes comments, but we don't say where it comes from. If we do it like that, it won't make sense to council to say we receive a comment, somebody said A, B, and C. Who's the person? It might be somebody in England who gave a comment that doesn't have anything to do with the item. So I understand what the council says. He's talking about that where he spoke to Ms. Jombele then, just underneath point 11 there. But it's normal for us to say who the people were that made comments. There's nothing wrong with it, Speaker. I don't know. I don't know of anything all the time that I've been here on anything that we go out on public participation. You tell who the people are that made comments, so council can know.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. Councillor Gwaza.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. In that item, Sorry, Madam Speaker, my laptop just shut it down. Thank you very much. In that one, Councillor Dubula, he commented for F112. That ELF does not belong to that item because the item that we're speaking about, it's about the crash in Kwa. So the comment that appears there, it's not supposed to be there, yes.
Thank you very much for that clarity, Councillor Gwaza. You understand? I also now fully understand. Mr. Prince, would you like to respond? The comment made as listed on page 1644, that is daar die skriffie daar. It refers to 112. When you see in brackets at the end of the comment, there it clearly states. And this item is then with reference to a lease renewal for the Iviwe Community Center. And Councillor Tabola didn't give his comment in for this item.
No, Speaker, no. After the decision is made by council, you specifically a letter specifically addresses specific board council with regard to that item, and that was the case in this case. I think perhaps the misunderstanding is from the council side is that E112 is referred to council resolution E112 and stated in the letter E112. I think that's where the misunderstanding may be. But the specific letter is addressed to a councillor, and we received that comment back from the councillor.
Okay, and it bears reference on this item, Mr. Prince.
Yes.
Mr. Prince, and that specific comment does bear reference.
Yes.
Thank you, Councillor Debula. Mr. Prince is confirming that your comment then is with reference to Iviwe Community Center, unless you have a different view.
No, I don't have a different view, Madam Speaker. But as our question about the name, even if can check the accommodation, my name is there. But if you come to check this item, it's not the name for the ward council. It's only ward council. It's only say ward council.
Thank you.
Can read.
Thank you, Councillor Tapula. It's then very clear the issue is around the name of the council appearing, and I then just request that it be removed as such.
But you can say it straight here with the minutes, please.
In the recommendation.
Straight here, you can name
No, Chairperson, I think it's important that names. It's not reflecting on a councillor or in any way negative at all. It's reflecting on the. I think in fact it's good that the ward council is making an input. So we're very happy with that. We appreciate receiving comments. And that's the reason also for reflecting it in the agenda. If we go out on public participation, Speaker, we always include the members of public from who we receive comments.
Yes. Thank you very much, Mr. Prince. Councillor Debula, I fully understand. If we then, under recommendation 1, then can just remove the councillor's name. I think that is his issue. He wants it to just refer to ward councillor. The proposal was Councillor Mbumbu. Are you comfortable with Councillor Debula asking that his name be then just removed and that it just refer to ward councillor?
Yes, I'm comfortable, Speaker.
Thank you. The seconder was Deputy Mayor. Are you comfortable with that amendment?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I am.
Baie dankie. Dis dan 'n regstelling wat dien. Niemand is gekant nie. Die item raadsit gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, the ACDP is not opposed to this item. In fact, we would like to offer our unconditional support to the fact that the municipality is offering this to this specific organization. Speaker, as you know, all of us political parties that are sitting here sit here representing worldviews. And the ACDP is representing a biblical worldview in which we believe that all life is sacred and that abortion is a terrible murder of innocent children. Now, previously, I know councillors have struggled to understand why I'm specifically raising that issue. But the reason why I'm raising it is because this organization has specifically set themselves out to protect babies, unborn babies. And for that reason, we really thank the municipality for the opportunity that they have to continue with the work that they are doing in the community.
Noted as such, the item carries unanimously. Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. Item E259, application for permission to erect a clear view fence with 2 sliding vehicle access gates on the boundary of 11198, situated at 6 Mitchell Street in Mossel Bay for security purposes by the Mossel Bay Central Improvement District. Parking above the Rolla Ann's restaurant. Amen. Is dit so? Goed. Kan ek 'n voorstel kry with reference to the recommendation in front of council? Points 1 to 18.
Agbare Speaker, ek sal die item voorstel, baie dankie.
Dankie, Raadslid Coetzee. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Coetzee as the ward councillor?
Speaker die doen, Raadslid Leon van Dijk.
Thank you very much, Councillor van Dijk. Is there any questions from anybody? Councillor Gous?
Speaker, thank you. I have dealt with numerous complaints regarding that parking area where specifically the church in that area struggles with defecation and all kinds of other things that happen there when they arrive on Sunday mornings. I don't have an objection to the fact that that parking area will be closed off during certain times. My concern, though, is the R2 per hour fee that will be charged. The reason why I'm concerned about that, and I haven't had an opportunity to actually go and investigate it, but are there any people that work in the area that use that parking while they're at work for 8 hours a day? Because that will add a substantial burden on them if they are working in that area and parking there. Would we then look at giving somebody that works there some kind of an exemption? Or is it necessary that we charge R2 an hour for the parking?
Thanks for your question. Councillor Porter? You can also pose a question, please.
Thank you, Speaker. I want to make an input, but first there's some clarity that I need to seek from you. One is there any other areas in town where parkings are paid for? That's one. And two, who champions or who is in charge or who owns this Mossel Bay Central Improvement District?
Thank you.
I would want to respond to that.
Thanks, Councillor Porter. Mr. Prince?
Speaker, firstly to answer Councillor Gous, I think provision made its under recommendation 3. The municipal manager will be given delegated powers for exemption because we also thought about that. And then to answer Councillor Porter, this is the improvement district is an independent organization, a company, NPO, in terms of the relevant value.
Thank you very much. Emma, would you like to add?
Yes, just the third question, Chairperson. It's, we don't have other areas that's paid. But because they're going on, they're doing expenses and controlling it, they will. And maybe just to mention about the owners of the CID, that's a question. It's all the people belonging to the CID in that area. The businesses, homes, everybody who belongs to it. They are all owners of it.
Thank you very much. Councillor Porter, u vragie?
Yeah, I want to respond to the answers and also give my input relevant to this item. Now that we have an understanding that, you know, there are no other areas in town where you pay for parkings. It's very strange. If I look at how this item has been put down to the agenda and to this council application for the permission to erect a clear view fence. And if we look deeper to the content of this item, you will then find that there are monies that will be generated out of the fence, of which the fence, according to the content of this item, is not the central or the crust issue that we need to focus on, but a parking. It is my understanding then, Speaker, that this item has been written wrong, to put down wrongly to this council. If there is a business situated at this hand of mine, and there's a piece of land of this hand of mine, where money is going to be generated, then the issue of rezoning a piece of land comes to mind, instead of a fence that, after all, will bring profits or generating money in the amount of R2 per hour for a couple of years. It is then my view, from the Patriotic Alliance's view, that this item, as it is, seeks to circumvent certain processes at the benefit of somebody else, and that process is totally out of order as it is here. Secondly, if I read further, it is my understanding when somebody must apply for a piece of land, make sure that it is in accordance to the proper zoning structures, that person applied for it in such a way. It's also further my understanding that when somebody applies for a piece of land, it is being scrutinized, it seems as it can be allocated. But for council to decide then that the municipality must carry the cost of the public participation process adverts, I think is not consistent with how we deal with public participation process and adverts. The question then remains just, why must the municipality pay for that advertising placements where monies will be generated? The parking lot, apart from the fences, can then be construed as a business, because it says that the profits generated here will be for the applicant. So it is my view that this thing is being written in such a way to circumvent the correct procedures, and that I am, as a Patriotic Alliance, totally against this item.
Thank you.
Cannot support it. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Councillor Porter. Your position is noted with all your inputs made and recorded as such as Hilary Ant.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm in agreement with Councillor Porter, because if we open this door now, then we will be in no position in future to stop this thing. So I'm in agreement that we must not open this door. Money-making schemes. Thank you.
Is the Freedom Front against the item? Councillor Baron? Councillor Baron? Is the Freedom Front's position then against?
Yeah, we are totally against this. Right.
Thank you very much. Councillor Gous?
Yeah, thank you, Speaker.
The red light.
Freedom Front Plus is against this item.
I recorded it as such. Thank you very much. And upon conclusion, I will then just also read it in. Thanks, Councillor Baron. Councillor Gous?
Speaker, yes, the ACDP will then, although we do support the closing off of that area, I won't support the charging of fees for the use of it.
Thank you very much. It is also noted and recorded as such. Councillor Gous. Red light. Councillor Kutsia and then Mr. Prince.
Madam Speaker, as the ward councillor and member of an oversight capacity of the CRD, this is a great initiative between public and private partnerships in making community facilities and community property safe. We've got various incidents of crime where cars are vandalized and so forth, and the proposal will ensure that parking is freed up in the streets, whereby people will be able to park at the back. The recovery of the costs is more the aspect, because these fences are very expensive, and the monitoring thereof with access control and so forth will generate vast sums of money. Once again, being the CRD, which belongs to the community within which this property sits, I think that the fact that the community takes ownership of the property and improve council's property to the benefit of the community is greatly supported by myself as the ward councillor.
And the proposer. Thanks. It's noted, Councillor Kutsia, and recorded as such. Meneer Prince. Not in. Okay, Mr. Prince is then covered. Thank you very much. Councillor Porter, your last bite.
Thank you. Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I'm quite worried, especially when a councillor from the area respond in such a way. In this agenda, ex gratia, somewhere in Dana Bay, there's an application of a resident that wants to alter something on their premises with reference to a pool. But then there's another piece of land that becomes involved into that. This council will make a decision in terms of, giving this land to this person, and at the same time add cost to it. I am saying the fence is not the crisp issue here. We have a responsibility as a council in this municipality to control and police and whatever comes with it, the land that is involved in this matter. Because the land is taken totally out of the equation with the central focus on the fence, where money will be generated. There must be an application to have access to the parking as part of a particular business or whatever the case may be. There must be a process where the land, the parking itself, must be scrutinized in terms of how it is being zoned. And as we discussed earlier, through you, Speaker, the market-related value that goes with land must be taken into cognizance in this item. We cannot write items to this council to blindfold people, because this is the feeling that I'm having, to circumvent municipal processes. And I'm very, 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 very serious about this one. We should really reconsider. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your input, Councillor Porter, Councillor Buddha, and then Councillor Porter, and then Mr. Prince.
Okay, thank you, Speaker. Speaker, although we read it on recommendation number 18, it said, after completion of the prescribed public participation process, this item be referred back to Council for the further consideration. But based on that, we can't now vote with the DA. We are against it.
Thank you for putting the position of the ANC forward, which is against. We then have the PA against, the Freedom Front against, the ANC against, the ICDP against the fact that there is a fee of R2. Just 1 second, Councillor Gous. Councillor, thank you very much. All right, Raadslid Gous, u kan my inset lewer.
Speaker, thank you. If you can perhaps just, through you to the MM, if I can just understand, because I know that the purpose or the intention of the item is to control the security and the vagrancy issues that have developed in our center of town. So I support that we do that. But the issue that has been raised by Councillor Porter regarding the income generated, yes, I see it is only for a period of 3 years that the memorandum of understanding, and that might allow for the recovery of the costs involved to put up the fencing. Everything still belongs to the municipality. If the memorandum is finished, and then they will remove it, there'll be no claim for enrichment and all that kind of thing. I'm just wondering, because we have a very similar problem at the taxi rank, which costs the municipality a lot of money in cleaning up the area regularly, that I understand that there is in the pipeline the possibility that we want to do the same thing there. Will it be handled the same way, in the sense that the CID will be paying for it, or will the municipality be paying for it? And then the concern is that, yes, the CID, those residents, out of the income generated from the additional fees that they pay to the municipality every month, will be carrying the cost of this fencing and the security at the gate. I understand that money needs to be recovered, or it's preferable that it be recovered, but that it become an income generator, I think, is the concern regarding the money. And that is the reason the ACDP is abstaining. But I would like clarity on how we will be dealing with the taxi rank as well. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. I had the lights of the MM, Councillor Porter, and then Mr. Prince, MM.
Speaker, no, I think I want to, Councillor Gous is summing the thing up 100%. If you look at the 2 parking areas, the upper and the lower, they are hardly 50% full on a daily basis. We've got our own personnel parking there, but they are afraid to park there because of what's going on in the parking area. We are looking at ways and means how we can solve this problems of homeless people in the CBD. It's not an easy problem to solve, and the council is 100% correct. Mr. Venter already came to me with suggestions, innovative ways on how we can get people to utilize the public parking areas in town better. If you look behind the taxi rank, it's open. It's not utilized. People stand in Mars Street, which you don't want. You don't want the employees of the shops to park in Mars Street. The spaces in Mars Street should be there to draw people to the CBD. If I go to Mars Street, I don't find a parking space, I go to the malls. We want to draw the people there. And I actually went to the CID because of the role that they're playing in the CBD on behalf of the people staying here, and asked them, would they be interested in, help us to control some of the parking areas. Now, it's 100% what Councillor Gous said. If they invest money, they must get a way of getting that money back. Clearview fencing is not something you'll buy for 500 rand a linear meter. Quite expensive. And we also spoke to them, it mustn't be a money-making issue, Councillor Gous. You summed it up 100% correct, but you must give them a way in which they can get back what they put in. And for that reason, we suggested that they can charge a small fee in order to recoup their capital expenditure in the end. And point 3 and 4, point 3 is definitely, as Mr. Prince said, we will have a control over what they can charge to make it reasonable to our people, not only to the general public, but also to our employees who want to use that parking area on a daily space. There are lots of people working in the building where Director Nell is, who wants to use that parking space, but they deterred because of what happened there. So, Speaker, it's not a question that they want to do it. We actually went to him, and Councillor Gous, Mr. Venter brought me 2 other suggestions. The one is at the back of the parking area. In fact, he went on and got quotations as how much it will cost to fence it so that we can get those parking areas full. Speaker, lastly, it won't be the first time like something like this has happened. Many years ago, we went on a similar. We went out on quotation for somebody to control the parking area in front of the old Pick n Pay Center. I don't know whether you can understand it, but it wasn't successful because it wasn't financially viable for a business people to run it. Otherwise, you must up the money too much. In this case, Speaker, it's a question of if the CID invests that money for the fence in order to help control and put the people there to control it so that people who doesn't belong there don't come in there, and close it off at night so that you don't get in the morning, Councillor Gos. I received many questions from the church already. It's not nice to get there on a Sunday morning and walk into what you find on that stoop. So that is basically the background around it. If council decides, no, you don't want to go the route, they won't be unhappy for it and so on. We actually went to them and asked them as a CID, don't you want to assist us in improving some of the conditions in the CBD?
Thanks very much, Municipal Manager. Councillor Botha and then Mr. Prince.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. I think councillors should also just remember what a CID is in terms of legislation and how it operates, and the areas it operates in is only in those areas where the residents and property owners agree to form part of that CID. So, Madam Speaker, in this area, I don't think the other areas mentioned, CIDs are welcome to be established. I think throughout the town, we as council can consider that if it comes to us. But we must keep in mind that this is a partnership between the municipality and those organizations as they may form through legislation. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much for your input, Councillor Botha. Mr. Prince.
Thank you, Speaker. Just to add to the municipal manager, the money will go firstly for the fence, Speaker, and then secondly, very important, if you look at the recommendation 10, is that the access control be responsibility of the applicant and that it will be manned by the applicant. Now that person or people is going to cost money and needs a salary. From personal view, I very much doubt if this is going to be profitable at all. But what I think what we will do is we will subsidize the CID. So the CID will still have cost to carry in addition to what the municipality is going to pay. But I mean, we can look at that and we can adjust it at the next annual budget. Lastly, Speaker, there will be free parking on Sundays, just to address that concern under recommendation 2, and then also with the exemption that the municipal manager might make. Thank you.
In particular for the church on Sundays. Okay. Thank you very much for that input, councillors. I have the position of the Patriotic Alliance, who's against, the Freedom Front, who's against, the ANC, who's against, Councillor Gous, who has indicated. Yes, Councillor Gous.
Speaker, I want to at all times be reasonable, and I've listened to the explanations from the MM, from Mr. Prince, as well as from Mr. Botha and Councillor Botha and Councillor Kutsia. And I think if it's not unreasonable to expect to recoup your expenses. And so for that reason, I want to withdraw my abstention and I will then vote in favor of this. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Gous. It is then the ICTP is then in support. All the votes being recorded. Thank you very much. That concludes the item. We move to item E260, the Mighty Men Conference that will be held in Mossel Bay from the 15th of December until the 17th of December on a portion of the farm in Bartelsfontein, number 226 in Herbertsdale, Mossel Bay. Thank you, Martin. In front of council is the recommendations. It is points 1 to 27. I see the light of the Executive Mayor who wishes to speak to the item. Mayor, you may proceed.
Chairperson, thank you. I would first like to propose.
The Executive Mayor is proposing for council to approve the item. Can I have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I will second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha, for seconding. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor on the Mighty Men Conference item to be held in Mossel Bay? Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Just an expression of thanks. I think as far as the social regeneration program goes, there can be no better regeneration of man than when he comes to Christ.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Gous, for that input. The item thus seems to be carried unanimously as there is no objections. And then the input from Councillor Gous, who is noted. Mayor, you wanted to say something?
No, Speaker, I just want to thank Council for unanimously supporting this. I agree with Councillor Gous. This is a great initiative. A lot of faith and work going into this by the private sector, by a bunch of people, a whole bunch of them. So yeah, it's a very big task they've taken upon themselves. There will be catered for families on the one day, for men on the one day, and for youth on the one day. It's 3-day conference, and yeah, we're really looking forward to this. Thanks.
Thank you very much, Executive Mayor. Council thus supports the item unanimously. Item E261 on page 1666, building plan for 499 in Hartenbos, situated at 9 Gericke Street in Mossel Bay, by the Move Fuel Pty Ltd. And Council have the recommendations in front of us for approval, points 1 to 7. Can I please have a proposer?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I would like to request that this item be referred back for more information, please. Thank you.
Refer back for more information and then comes back to Council again. Thank you very much. The item is thus referred back. Item E262, disposal of capital assets for the period of August 2023 in front of Council. That we approve. Can I please have a proposal?
Councillor Setunsa propose, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Setunsa. Do we have a seconder for Councillor Setunsa, please? A seconder?
A second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Wellman. Is there any questions of clarity from any councillor on that particular item? No, thank you very much. The item thus carries. We are then on item E263. On item E261, it has been proposed that the item be referred back.
Yes.
The deputy has proposed. Is there a seconder? Councillor Kutsia, thank you very much. Item E262 was also supported. We are then on item E263. The amendment of delegation of powers and duties, which we have to look at annually, and then also the new delegations that was added. In front of Council, we have the full document for approval of the amendments. Can I please have a proposer? Can I please
Madam
have a...
Speaker, I would like to propose
Thank
item
you.
E263.
Thank you, Councillor Bavuma is proposing. Is there a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Is there any questions from any councillor on this item? Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Speaker, thank you. The ACDP will abstain from approving these delegations. Speaker, for several reasons, but specifically looking at the legislation says that appropriate powers should be delegated. And in the opinion of the ACDP, this is a complete overreach in the usurping of the role of the Mossel Bay Municipality and can almost amount to a form of capture, in my opinion, of the Mossel Bay Municipality by a political party. I do note that when it comes to decisions made by committees, for example, that have delegated powers, that a quarter of the councillors can ask for review of decisions made and that these committees do have a duty to report back to council. However, I think it's a gross overreach and I cannot support that. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The position of the ICDP is then that Councillor Gous is abstaining for reasons mentioned, which is noted and recorded as such. Councillor Baron.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. From the side of the Freedom Front Plus, we are totally against this item. We are very much worried the last few months for this delegation of powers through certain committees. It doesn't give feedback to council. So council is currently busy giving his powers away for committees. And the decisions that are made on that committees is scary stuff the last few months. So we are totally against.
The position of the Freedom Front is that they are against. It is noted and recorded as such. Any other input, Councillor Porter?
Speaker, thank you. Without reiterating the former two councillors and their views, the Patriotic Alliance are in full support. And we further want to add, as we normally do, hence charges has been laid against councillors and some of the administration, central to delegated powers. We will not support this. Even if we would support it, we would want to have a clear platform in the form of a workshop where we can debate and deal with issues that we are confronted with in as far as delegated powers are concerned. So we are totally against it. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. The position of the PA is against. Is noted and recorded as such. Any other input?
The ANC is also conga with other opposition that we also against based on the history that we have here.
Yes. Thank you very much, Councillor Mpontu. I will put this item to vote. All in favor of the item and the recommendations not being supported. In other words, all councillors who are against, by the show of hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Thank you very much. I have that count. All in favor of the proposal as been made by Councillor Bavuma, seconded by Councillor Leroux, by the show of hands. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. 18 in support. That is then the outcome. 9 against, 18 in support. Thank you very much. It was mentioned by Councillor Porter. He made mention to a workshop. Perhaps council can also have a work session on this. Councillors, we then have our additional item, which is the last item for the open council meeting. It is item E264, which is the appointment of Acting Director Community Safety, with the recommendations points 1 to 3 and the letter of attached of the minister. Councillors, you would recall that in the previous council meeting, we had this item served, but it is now in front of council for a new decision. Can I please have a proposal?
Madam Speaker, I will propose.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. Do we have a seconder, please?
Madam Speaker, I second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Leroux. Is there any questions from anybody on this item? To the light of Councillor Machesini and then Councillor Gous in that order, you may proceed.
Enkosi Madam Speaker, bendicela ukwazi uba ngemane ethi makwapointwe lo mntu izinto ezixhasa yonke le nto uba abantu aba-apointiweyo, umntu oappointiweyo bethathwe phi, ziphi zona iziko zabo, ziphi zona? Enkosi.
Thank you for your question. You're asking the supporting scores of the person being recommended to act. Thank you, it's noted. Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I have two questions. One, regarding this letter from Minister Bredell, how will that affect the previous periods where Mr. Johnson acted? And then the second concern that I have is that, as I understand it, a municipal manager cannot serve as a director on an MPO because of a conflict of interest when we're looking at possible funding from because we've said in the previous item that we changed that to director. So we still will be looking at our being a director for a period of time on this MPO. And because in that item we said that that MPO will be funded from that section 67, I think it was, that would be a possible conflict of interest. And so I'd like us to just consider that before we approve the item. Thank you.
Thank you for your input. Any other questions? Thank you, Councillor Baron.
Thank you, Speaker. From the side of the Freedom Front Plus, we just want to check the new director will be appointed in due course. So we don't know when. So we just want to know why are we in a hurry with this item, NPCs, directors, appointments and stuff, because they mustn't actually wait until the director is appointed. So just to ask, why are we in a hurry with this point? Even with point 244 this morning with the director of the conservation, why are we in a hurry with this point?
Thank you, Councillor Baron, the municipal manager. We have three questions from Councillor Machesini. Asking for the scores, I am assuming that he's referring to competence, if I understand what he said. Conflict of interest raised by Councillor Gous, and in Councillor Baron's question in terms of why are we in a hurry with this appointment and when will the director be appointed? Dankie, MM.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, regarding Councillor Machesini's question, there's no scores here because it was, we're referring to the decision of last month when Council decided Mr. Johnson can act in the post of the vacant Director Community Safety. So there's no scores. Regarding Councillor Gous's question, it's true, the MM cannot be a director on that NPO because the NPO is, if it's a council NPO, they're accountable to the MM. That's why we also changed the one of the NPC of the job. The new director will be the representative. Maybe just to answer, Councillor, the new director is coming soon. He signed you remember we had the appointment of the new director in council. He signed now. We are busy. We already received feedback from the minister's office. Everything is in order. So you will be here soon. We're just talking to him to decide on dates, basically. And then the other question, that Mr. Johnson did act in the past. I, as a municipal manager, was under the impression that there was nothing wrong with this. He's got the relevant qualifications. He's also got the relevant experience, in my view. He completed his minimum competencies. But the minister came, or the minister's office came now and said they've got an issue with his experience as a manager. That's basically the only thing that they are saying about. So when we received the letter, we reversed it immediately. I started assuming the duties of the director in their directorate. Because I've got the background, I cannot give it to one of the other directors. I assume that with immediate effect, because I was aware also that the new director will be here shortly. Okay.
Thank you, Municipal Manager. Any other questions of clarity?
Yes, if I can just follow up. I think I'd just like to have clarity on how this impacts on Mr. Johnson for the previous periods in which he's acted. Will it have a financial implication on him or not?
Thank you, Councillor Gous.
Speaker, no, I don't think it will have an effect financial. You will remember that council took a decision that when directors act, it's a very, very low stipend that they got. It's really a stipend. It's not like thousands of rands. I really don't think that it will have a financial impact on it, in my view. Yeah. Okay.
Thank you, Municipal Manager. Any other questions? For the responding, can I just have an indication if there's any objections? Any objections? Councillor Gous?
Speaker, if I understand you correctly, you are finished with the agenda?
No, I'm concluding on the item.
On the
I'm asking for objections to the item before I conclude. None. The item does carry unanimously.
Then, Speaker, if I may, according to Rule 57, motion of exigency, if I could just draw the council's attention to the fact that part 3 says that a councillor bringing such a motion may bring the matter under consideration by way of a motion or question. And then also prior to me stating what the motion is, I also just want to inform council that the sub judice rule was revised in a decision in the Supreme Court of Appeal between MIDI Television Pty Limited versus the Director of Public Prosecution. And having said that, Speaker, I'd like to bring a motion of exigency regarding the cancellation of the contract for the life-saving services in Mossel Bay. It's a great concern because we are 2.5 months away from our season.
Councillor Gous, thank you. If I can just interrupt you, yes. Apologies. You just need to give the heading, the subject heading, so I can't allow you to elaborate. But thanks, you've indicated that it's around the life-saving contract.
It's surrounding the cancellation of that contract and the fact that we won't have lifesavers on our beaches come 2023 December.
Thank you very much for introducing your motion, for mentioning your subject heading for council to note. Is there a seconder for Councillor Gous?
Councillor Baron, Freedom Front Plus, second.
Thank you very much, Councillor Baron. Any counter proposal or counter suggestion to the motion? Yes, Councillor Botha.
Madam Speaker, I would just like to ask for a caucus quickly for 10 minutes. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
For 10 minutes. Thank you very much. We then have Councillor Gous introducing a motion. She informed us what it is about. It was seconded by Councillor Baron. The DA is asking for a caucus of 10 minutes, which I will grant. Council will resume in 10 minutes. Thank you.
Ek sien dit is die eerste eksistensie van jou water. Ja.
Thank you very much, councillors. We now reconvene. Councillor Gous has introduced a notice of motion. It was seconded by Councillor Baron. The DA asked for a question. Sorry for a caucus. It was granted. And I now request that the DA provide feedback to the council.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for granting our caucus. Madam Speaker, our concern is this is an ongoing, as we understand it, supply chain management issue. And therefore, we are concerned about interference from councillors in the administration as relates to Section 117 of the MFMA. And therefore, but we do share the councillors' concern regarding the safety of beachgoers for the December holiday period. And I therefore put forth a counter proposal that the MM just address council regarding that matter. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Counter proposal is the seconder for the proposal made by Councillor Botha in terms of the MM that address council on the matter.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'll do second it.
Thank you very much, Councillor Delamain. We then have the two proposals. Yes, Councillor Gous.
Thank you, Speaker. Speaker, I thank the whip for his concern, but I think that section is quite clear about what constitutes interference. Interference would be if I try to, or any of us try to influence to whom the tender was awarded or anything like that. This concern is why was a tender that was awarded cancelled, by whose instruction it was cancelled, and for that reason we now sit with this dilemma where we have 2.5 months to make sure that our visitors and our residents are going to be safe on our beaches.
Thank you, Councillor Gous. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, I failed to understand in the previous, the council meeting before the previous one, all the opposition parties walked out due to a case that's sub judice, as is this. It's supply chain management. Provincial minister indicated that there's a problem and now it's sub judice. So I don't know or can't understand how we now are willing to interfere with a sub judice matter.
Thank you very much, Mayor. In terms of the rules of order, I will deal with the motion. There's a proposal by Councillor Gous.
Speaker, may I, on a point of order, personal explanation, just to clarify for the Mayor. Councillors left that meeting not because the item was sub judice, but because we were all implicated in charges that had been laid against DA councillors not complying with legislation and withholding information. That is why. Not because the matter was sub judice. Thank you.
Councillor Porter. Point of order granted to Council Whip.
No, thank you, Madam Speaker. Just as regards to the previous speaker, Madam Speaker, alleged is the key word there. I don't see that any court has decided on that matter, and we vehemently deny it, and the process will vindicate us. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you very much, Councillor Botha. Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Speaker, if I may, include the word alleged. Thank you.
Councillor Porter, you may proceed.
Speaker, just an observation. I think the item that dealt with the term sub judice this morning has been bulldozed here. I'm not sure whether the mayor wants to agree with us this morning when he raised his last comment, as if we were right this morning.
Thanks, Councillor Porter. There are two
Oh,
proposals.
no, Madam Speaker, point of order.
Point of order granted, Councillor Porter.
Madam Speaker, the previous speaker cannot put words in the mayor's mouth, and he is misconstruing what the mayor said. It happened just now. I'm sure he can remember that fallback. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Councillor Porter. Executive Mayor.
Speaker, I can concur with that and want to thank the councillor for his observation that nobody asked for. Thank you. So that's my comment.
Councillor Gous has brought a motion which was seconded. There's a counter proposal by Councillor Botha, which was seconded. I am now going to put to vote the proposal of motion by Councillor Gous. All in favor for it to proceed? By the show of hands, please. 1, 2, 3, 4. Thank you very much. The counter proposal made by Councillor Botha, seconded by Councillor Delamain for the to inform council and not to support the motion of Councillor Gous. All in favor by the show of hands, please. Raadslid Reuters, is u deel van die vote? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Thank you very much. The ANC abstaining. Thank you very much.
Madam Speaker,
Um,
can I just ask a question of clarity? Are you allowed to remind people to vote on items?
Thank you, Councillor Mkontu. The councillor was busy, so I had to bring attention to that. We're busy with the process. Thank you. Municipal Manager.
Speaker, no, thanks to Councillor Gous for being concerned about the end of the year. End of the year is big in Mossel Bay, and it will be a sorry day if we don't have lifesavers on our beaches when all the people come down. The department working with lifesavers, they are busy in the process to putting things in place to ensure that we will have the necessary lifesavers on our beaches when the season arises. So I can give council that surety, Speaker, that we won't have a situation where we don't have lifesavers on the beaches.
Thank you. Thank you very much, That concludes the matter.
Speaker, if I may just ask a question of clarity, will that effort made by the department working with lifesavers, will that include the appointment of a contractor via deviation?
Ek het nou klaar die voting afgehandel. Daar's 'n vraag van Raadslid Gous.
Speaker, no, I'm not in a position to answer that today. If it's not going to happen that way, I will be held accountable. So, but what we can say, there's a responsibility on me as the accounting officer to ensure we will make a plan to have them in place. Yeah.
Thank you very much. That concludes the matter. I see the light of the mayor.
Speaker, thank you.
I have. Okay.
Thank you, Speaker. I also want to carry in a motion of exigency, and the matter is the assistance to the Oeverstrand Municipality.
The mayor is indicating that there's a motion from his side. He gave the subject matter. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I support the proposal.
Thank you very much. Is there a counter proposal? No, thank you very much. Mayor, you may proceed.
Speaker, thank you. Due to the recent adverse weather conditions experienced, a request was received from the Western Cape Province to assist the Oeverstrand Municipality free of charge with a water tanker and a driver to alleviate the water crisis experienced by the community. The Mossel Bay Municipality currently has sufficient capacity available to provide required assistance, and it is proposed that it be considered favorably by council. So the recommendation is that the water tank and driver be provided free of charge to the Oeverstrand Municipality to alleviate the current water crisis experienced by the community resulting from adverse weather conditions. 2, that delegated powers be awarded to the municipal manager to finalize arrangements in relation to the provision of a water tanker and driver. Thank you, Speaker.
Thank you, Executive Mayor. Is there a seconder?
Yes, Madam Speaker, I'll support.
Councillor Gous, you may proceed.
Speaker, just some questions. The request from the Western Cape government, can we get an idea if we do assist, what the approximate cost to the Mossel Bay residents will be and for what period this loan will be? And secondly, is Overstrand Municipality in financial difficulty that the reason is it's being requested for free?
Thank you for your 3 questions, Executive Mayor.
Speaker, no, I don't think they're in financial trouble. At this stage, as I think it's just being a good neighbor or colleague or collegiality, because in future we might ask some of our sister municipalities for assistance. And secondly, there is at this stage a water crisis because due to the weather issues. And what was asked is that we once off sent, I think it's 18 megaliter Bowser, kiloliter, sorry, to go and deliver that. And that's once off delivery. So the cost will be the fuel there and the fuel there, running cost of the vehicle and the salary of the person driving.
Thank you for providing clarity on the questions. Councillor Gous, you covered. Thank you very much. Any counter proposal? None. Everybody in support? Thank you very much, councillors. That concludes that motion. And we've come to the end of the open council meeting agenda. I would like to thank the members of the public for joining us today. And you are kindly excused. We will now move into committee. And we have some items that we need to deal with.